Is the light on? Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so very much for joining us today. And hello to everyone who's out there in the ether, joining us over Zoom or whatever web process they've set us up with. We're excited to be here today and have a fun day ahead. And I know it looks like there are also some new folks that we haven't seen before, so we'll introduce ourselves as well. So first I wanted to, the HDSA would like us to just remember what the vision and the mission is of this whole effort, which is to improve the lives of people with HD and their families, work for therapies, but also their lives right now. So I'd like to recognize and thank our chapter, and you may not want to do this, but I'd like you to stand up. So Jeffrey Stromberg, our president. Jessica Jacob, are we here? No, okay. EJ Garner, our secretary. And Loredana, I don't think is here, but Loredana Gavrilescu, vice president. So, and here's a picture from one of the recent Hope Walks, and hopefully people will be able to join this coming summer, and I'll get details about that. So for those of you who haven't visited us before, the main Huntington's clinic, our COE, is housed on the UW Montlake campus in a building that's now called IHDD. And this clinic has been going on, the Huntington's Clinic, for more than 50 years, started by Dr. Bird, who's now in the back. And this is where, if you're new to the clinic, you first come to this building. If you are family members and you're interested in talking about testing, you come to this building. And we have another arm now of the clinic where, which is housed within the neurology and the rehab medicine clinic space. And so physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech, they're all within the same block. And so for those who are having symptoms or were wondering about follow-up with rehab, et cetera, we will see you here, which is on the same Montlake campus, but it's just across the street. So it's in the main hospital, and it's on the 8th floor. And if anyone is scheduled to come see us in that clinic and you're not exactly sure how to get there, just call Deb, call the normal clinic number that you know, and we'll direct you. So our team includes a number of physicians. So there's myself, I'm Sumi Jayadev, and then Annie Lynn, whom some of you may know from trials, Dr. Marie Davis, Dr. Schrift, Michael Schrift, and we're going to hear from Dr. Schrift soon, and he's a neuropsychiatrist, so he brings additional expertise to the team. And then Dr. Sami, who, again, some of you may know from the trial space. We have a clinic nurse, Jen Vetros. Jen, could you stand up? So say hi to Jen. She is a fabulous resource and always available to talk, except for Wednesdays. She works Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Our social worker, Faylene Hansen, if you haven't met, she's over in the pink right there, Faylene, and she has an intern, Olivia Curtis, who's been with us. Genetic counselor, Michael Stovarsky, whom you also will hear later today, Michael. And then our clinic manager, Debbie Olson. So she's the one you call up the clinic, and she's the one who answers, and she's the one who's known your family for years and really is one of the stalwarts of the clinic. And then we have our HD navigator, Jen Steele, who some of you may know. We have our Oregon Health Sciences University colleagues, Lauren Talman, who runs that center. Oh, there she is. Lauren, can you say hi? And so for any of you Any of you who are closer to Portland or from Oregon, Lauren and her team are fantastic, and you can reach out to them if you want to get to know them as well. We have a partner site that is in Spokane, so that's Selkirk Neurology, and that's run by Jason Aldred. He also has a research team. He also has a trials program, and you can reach out to them if you happen to be on the other side of Washington. Now, these folks I just introduced you to, so you don't, but there's the picture in case you forgot. And then we have this fabulous trials team. So Annie Lynn is the main clinician, but you also may see Dr. Sammy. And Deb Del Castillo, whom you all probably know out there in the blue, has really been an incredible advocate for bringing these trials over to our center and keeping us all running. And then she has 4 terrific team members who are running many studies. I want to remind people of some of the events that are coming up. So first in June is going to be the convention in Phoenix, Arizona, and that's always just an amazing experience. It's research, it's tips, it's support across the spectrum of issues that for patients with HD and their families. So it'll be hot, but air-conditioned, I imagine. And then our Hope Walk is in August. So keep an eye out for that, and that is a beautiful location. And then the Spokane Hope Walk is in September. And so really, you know, we're here today because we're talking about management and research, and really this is always, it's a collaboration between you and your family, your community, and us. And, you know, really this work to find therapies wouldn't happen without you. It's coming to us to see us in the clinic, it's getting involved in clinical trials, and importantly, it's also about donating to research. You know, the way that we understand biological mechanisms is by studying the biological tissues. And a number of you may remember we had Dan Childs here a couple years ago, and he talked about the value of brain autopsy tissue and how that can really teach us something that only that type of resource can do. And then with those tissues, you have the scientists that can go into the lab and learn more. And some of you may have heard about some of the insights that have been gotten from looking at tissue in terms of the way the repeat changes. And again, that's something that we never would have known had it not been for folks contributing and being partners in this whole effort. So along those lines, last year I put up this slide, and it was to say, you know, it was spring 2025. The world was changing, perspectives were changing, and I had talked about how our network is about resilience and that science is a really important piece of what we do, and it's important for us to also share with others, you know, how science or medicine has been helpful to you. And I would say that that's still the case. And so, you know, the only way that people really understand the import of supporting this research is if they hear it from each other and have tangible examples of why these things matter to us, why it matters to support science in this country. So keep up with it. Keep going. All right, so it's been an exciting year. We all know that in particular there was a study that had what I've seen described, and I really like that phrase, preliminary but promising. And so, you know, that was one step, and there are many more to come. And I think it's really great to remember that there are many ways that we are trying to attack this problem, and they are all moving forward, and there's a lot of exciting science going on. And so it's really quite an exciting time for HD trials and therapies and science, and I'm so excited we're going to hear more about that. So the day, I think you have the calendar up there. We'll have a couple of talks, and we will have lunch and learn with our advocate, Chris Becker, and then we're going to be having a talk about genetic counseling, and then a panel, and after Dr. Harding, we are going to hear from Dr. Schrift. There should be a QR code on your table to give us feedback, which would be extremely valuable to us as we think about how to build the next year's day. So if you can, at the end of the day or anytime, send us a message. I want to thank some of the supporters of these efforts. So Teva has been a long-standing supporter of all these events, and I want to just give them a hand. And I don't know if DH is here. Okay. Thank you, out in the back. So thank you, Teva, for all that you've done here. Okay, so now what I'd like to do is introduce Dr. Harding. And so Rachel Harding is from the University of Toronto. She did her graduate work, or her earlier work at the University of Oxford, and she is interested in structural biology and how proteins interact. She's one of the investigators for a large consortium that understands how proteins interact and function. And so and you may know her from HD Buzz, which is a fantastic resource if you all haven't seen it. They talk about the science, like true, accurate science, but they explain it in a way that we can all understand. And so Rachel, and you may have seen her talk as well at HDSA conventions, sometimes in costume. So, Dr. Harding, thank you so much for joining us today.
Testing.
Okay. Can everyone hear me okay? Normally, I find that I start talking to a microphone and I can see the AV guys turning down the volume because I can be quite loud sometimes. But thank you so much for having me here today. It's such a pleasure to come and talk to you all. And we're at such a critical juncture in HD research and what's happening in clinical trials. It's honestly like such an exciting time, and I hope that in the next sort of 45 minutes, I'll be able to sort of run through some of the really cool stuff that's happening and what's going on both in the clinic, but also like stuff that people are working on in the lab that will hopefully one day feed into the clinic as well. So as it was very kindly introduced, my name's Rachel. I'm one of a pair of editors at HD Buzz, together with Sarah Hernandez, who works at the Huntington's Disease Foundation as well. And so our kind of mission and remit is to make sure that folks like you and the HD community are really well informed about what's happening both in the lab and in the clinic, and making sure you have up-to-date information about all the different types of science that are ongoing. But yeah, so as was mentioned, you can probably tell from my accent that I am not local to this area. I actually grew up in Dover, famous for its lovely white cliffs and castle, very close to France, and then did my studies at the University of Oxford for both my undergrad and my PhD, before moving to Toronto to do my postdoctoral work, and then eventually was very lucky to be able to start my own lab at the University of Toronto. But since I've been doing research, even in the sort of earlier phases, it's always been really important to me to make sure that we connect the people who matter most, which is the community that we're doing the research for, to understand Huntington's disease with what is happening. And I've worked for HD Buzz now for about 8 years, actually. But my focus in my lab is almost entirely on Huntington's. So I have a team of about 12 folks who are all busy, hopefully, beavering away whilst I've been gone over here, doing lots and lots of different types of research. And the thing that we're really interested in is understanding this Huntington protein and how it is changed in people who have Huntington's disease compared to other folks. So I'm going to start with like a bit of a HD 101. I know that for some folks, it's the first time they've ever come to an event like this. Others, this will be like revision. Like you already know all this stuff because I know many of you are really, you're experts. But let's start at the beginning just to make sure we're all on the same page. Okay. So everyone in this room, we all have 2 copies of the Huntington gene. Doesn't matter if you have Huntington's disease or not, everyone has 2 copies. And we get one of these from our mum, one from our dad. And the difference in most people who have Huntington's is that they'll have a slightly different version of one of the genes. So they'll have both a healthy form, but they'll also have this form that we know causes Huntington's disease down the line. And these 2 versions of the gene, they make 2 different versions of the protein. So we have the healthy, regular protein, and then we have the protein that we know causes problems for people with Huntington's disease. And the big difference is how are these things different is that we actually have an expansion in the Huntington gene. So the gene is made up of this DNA letter code, and part of the Huntington gene repeats the DNA letters CAG, CAG, CAG over and over again. And so for folks who don't have Huntington's, they probably have on average around 18 of these CAG repeats. But if you have more than 40, like you will have Huntington's disease at some point in your life. And so we have this kind of threshold where you tip too much in one direction, you have too many CAGs, unfortunately that means that this is where things are moving. And there's this kind of interstitial, we call it a gray zone, where repeats in between about 26 to 40 can be a bit ambiguous sometimes. The lower end of that means that you will be unlikely to have Huntington's, but maybe your children will. And between 36 and 39, it's kind of a bit unclear whether you will develop Huntington's disease in your life. And so these expanded genes and the different ways that the genes are structured means that you make a different type of protein. So if we have the unexpanded gene, we'll make just the regular Huntington protein, and then we have healthy nerve cells, which hopefully mean that your brain is working really well and doing everything it's meant to. But when we have the expanded gene, we will also make an expanded version of the protein. And through a number of reasons, which is the study of great research, people are trying to figure out, so what happens? Like, what changes when you have this expansion in your gene and your protein? Like, we know that folks end up getting sick, but exactly all the molecular changes that are happening are like subjects of great research. Overall, what we also know is that the longer your CAG number, the earlier your symptoms are likely to begin. But there's some really interesting findings when we, through the great efforts of many people like HDSA, the Enroll-HD trials, we've been able to collect so much data about all the folks who are affected by Huntington's disease. And we actually know that people with the same CAG number can sometimes have their symptoms begin at very, very different points in time. And so you could have a CAG number of 42, and maybe your symptoms will begin in your early 30s, but for some people, it doesn't start till like they're in their 70s. And that's really intriguing, right? Because it's like, if we can understand why this person has their symptoms so late, and then recapitulate that with a drug or a therapeutic, then that would be awesome. Like if we could delay everyone's symptoms by 10, 15, 20 years, that would be spectacular. And so this incredibly clever group of scientists came together. A common theme in HD research is that you have so much collaboration. This is a community that loves to work together. And so there's this group of expert geneticists decided to sit down and figure out like what is going on and why do some people have symptoms earlier and some have them later. And they published this really landmark study in a journal called Cell, which is very prestigious if you talk to any scientists. And they were basically able to pick out other genetic factors, which can kind of point to why some people might get symptoms earlier or later. And they plot it in this kind of fancy plot here, and these are all the gene names just listed at the top. And you can see that N equals 9,009. That means 9,009 people in the HD community donated their genetic material to help this study. That's amazing. Like, we could not have done this research without the input of communities like yourselves and everyone else who has contributed around the world. So this is science enabled by the HD community. So you should all pat yourselves on the back for that. And with this kind of amazing data set, we were able to see, which of these seems to be affecting when disease might start. And actually, it turns out that most of these genes all work in the same kind of cluster of proteins in the cell. They all are involved in a process which is called mismatch repair. This is basically just a type of way that our cells make sure our DNA is well looked after and that anything that goes wrong is repaired quickly so that we keep our genetic material faithfully stored in our cells. But it actually turns out that at the same time that we were discovering this, there was more and more research being done about this idea of somatic instability. So this is basically just a fancy way of saying that in some cells in your body, your CAG number will actually get bigger and bigger and bigger over time. And this doesn't actually change your diagnosis. So if you have a blood test and you find out your CAG number, this is not changed by this process. But this is just in some cells that actually are the ones that get most sick, we think, in the brain. It seems that something is going wrong and the DNA repair is not working so well, and actually the CAG number just in those cells seems to be getting much bigger. And so this is really intriguing because it suggests that if we go back and think about all of these different genes, maybe these are good drug targets. If we can stop this expansion by targeting one of those genes, then maybe that would be a really cool way that we could actually slow down Huntington's disease and the way that it progresses in people. And so this is like an incredibly hot topic of research. And so if you go onto HDBuzz and you type in somatic expansion, you'll find there's like tons of articles because we're almost like bombarded with so many people studying this really, really cool phenomenon and trying to understand exactly like what's going on. And again, just to reiterate, this is science that's like enabled by the HD community. And so, as I mentioned, many of these things could be really good drug targets. And this isn't just hypothetical, this is something that is really, really happening. Like right now, loads of labs all around the world, both not only just in academic university labs, but also at pharmaceutical companies, people are really paying attention to what's happening in this space. And they're trying to figure out like which of these genes would be good to try and slow down this process. Which ones are gonna be, maybe not such good ideas, and others which were gonna be really tractable for making either pills or other types of therapies that we can take to make people better, or at least slow down Huntington's disease. And so some of these, you'll hear about these same genes a lot if you read into a lot of the literature. There are things called MSH3 and FAM1, and these are just like the gene names for some of these things which are involved in this process called mismatch repair. And so I just want to highlight, like, these are some of the companies that are doing this. And the way that they currently understand somatic expansion is like, not very much is happening for a long, long period of time in people with Huntington's. And then something will suddenly accelerate, and then we see this big expansion. And I like to think of this as like, when you start cooking popcorn and then nothing's happening for ages, and you're like, is this going to happen? And then all of a sudden it will pop. And essentially what these companies are trying to do is make sure we never get to that popping stage. We just stay like in this lower number of CAGs or unpopped popcorn kernels. And so you can see this is 6 different companies. This is not just small biotechs. You've got people like Pfizer. This is like billion-dollar companies who are invested in this kind of research. They do some of the best drug discovery in the world. And so this is a really exciting area where we're so keen to see what these folks come up with, which might get into the clinic. But I just want to highlight, this is just one strategy that folks are looking at to try and think about clinical trials and like what is the best way to treat Huntington's disease. There's different ways that we can do this. We can think about symptomatic treatments, but the treatments that we're most interested in progressing in academic labs is really centered on what we call disease modification. So this is either the slowing, the halting, or the reversal of symptoms. And there are all these different strategies that people are taking. And so somatic expansion is the one that I just mentioned to you. But there are lots of companies not only working in this space, but also all of these other areas. So on here, you can see these are all the companies who currently have active programs that they're regularly reporting on at different clinical meetings. And so when we go to these meetings, all over the world where global leaders in HD drug discovery are getting together, we get to hear about what all these companies are doing. It's super, super exciting. And actually, many of these people are already in the clinic. So when I first started writing at HDBuzz, we had, maybe 1 or 2 clinical trials that were happening at any given time. Now, I think there's 8 or 9 clinical programs like actively happening. People who are being treated with drugs in the clinic which have, the potential, or at least they're designed to hopefully slow Huntington's disease. And it actually got so overwhelming for me to try and remember everything that was going on, that on HDBuzz, we have now built this tool, which is called the Trial Tracker. So there are so many trials, and there are so many companies who are promising us different updates and different kind of information about what they're going to be finding out and when we're going to next hear about their next trial update. If you go here, you'll be able to figure out, like, okay, so we're expecting to hear from Q3 from this company, they'll be telling us this information, or we'll know in Q2 of 2026 that the first person will be dosed in this clinical trial. And this is just for us and hopefully for the community to kind of keep it straight, but also to hold these companies to account, right? So if they promise us data, we want to make sure they actually deliver on that. And so it's just a good way to keep all of this in line. So most of the things that are currently in the clinic fall into this type of drug, which is called Huntington lowering, or HTT lowering. And the general idea about this is that, rather than worrying about all the downstream, very complicated biology that Huntington is involved in, let's try and sort Huntington's disease out at the root cause. If we can make less of that expanded and diseased form of the Huntington protein, maybe that will help slow things down, or it will help, halt symptom progression. And so there are all kinds of ways that you can do this. And as you can see, under Huntington lowering, everything in blue and orange, these are all these different companies working on it. I'm just going to focus on the ones that are currently in the clinic, because that's actually quite a lot still. They all have different ways of doing this, right? So you can either lower, sorry, I'll just start that again. So we have these two types of the Huntington protein, right? So we have our regular healthy form of the protein and as well as the disease form of the protein. And so some companies, they're doing what we call total Huntington lowering. It doesn't matter what the Huntington protein is, they're trying to reduce the levels of both of them. And that's actually because it's very difficult to design a drug that will target just the disease form. And so this is a good way to just kind of come in and see, does this have any effect? So we actually have 6 companies working in this space right now. Other companies are taking a slightly different approach. So one of those is Vico, and this one has preference for the disease form. So this means that for the expanded form is reduced in levels slightly more than just the regular form of the Huntington protein. And then we have just one company who has a selective approach. So they've designed very, very cool tools, which mean that their drug will only target the disease and expanded form. But this is tough. That's why there's only one company that's managed to do this so far. And it actually leaves the healthy protein entirely intact. And it's kind of up for debate, like which of these is going to be better. We don't know, but that's why we do clinical trials. Like these are big, complicated, expensive experiments where we've got to try and figure some of this stuff out. So the way that these drugs are delivered also really varies, right? And so a common way for many of the drugs currently in the clinic is they're delivered by a spinal tap. And so this includes things like, you'll hear these names like antisense oligonucleotide or ASO or RNAi therapeutics. A lot of these are delivered by spinal tap. Then we have companies like Spark and Unicure where we are delivering drugs by a kind of brain surgery. So it's a bit more extreme. Others are pills. So you can take this by mouth. It's fairly simple, the same way you take many other drugs. And so there's different ways you have to think about this. The pills are something that you have to take more often. The brain surgeries is a one and done, ideally. Others are kind of every few months or so. And so, this is something that you really, would urge you to consider when you're thinking about potentially joining a clinical trial. Is like some of the burden of this is quite a lot. And so to really think about like what might make sense for you. So let's get into some of the updates and things that have been happening in the last year. And as was really nicely introduced by our first speaker, we kind of had this landmark news in September at the end of last year, where for the very, very first time, a company reported that with their drug, they were seeing, suggestions of improvement. So the way that they quantify this is this measure called CUHDRS. So this is this kind of composite score that measures lots and lots of different types of symptoms of Huntington's disease. If you're regularly seeing your clinical neurologist, some of these tests will report in and make these scores that we can kind of combine together to take a good snapshot of like where someone is in their Huntington's disease journey. And according to Unicure, they say that their drug did a really good job because the way that this would normally progress in people with Huntington's disease didn't happen as quickly. And so they say this is a 75% slowing in this kind of progression of Huntington's disease. And they also, reported some other metrics. One of them is TFC. This is total functional capacity. This is how you kind of like operate within, your life, like how you have a job, like and how you're able to organize your life, your finances, and so forth. But there are some caveats to this, right? And so when this news came out, it's exciting. This is the first time a drug has been reported to kind of have this, what we call disease modification, right, that we mentioned earlier. But this is in 12 people that they report this data. And this was done, so it's a very, very tiny number. The other thing is that, statisticians much cleverer than me would be able to tell you that they didn't use a placebo control. This is the kind of gold standard in drug discovery, is you give some people the drug, you don't give other people the drug, and then you look at them side by side to see how they compare. You can't really do that with a brain surgery, right? It's not really ethical to give people a brain surgery and not actually give them the drug. And so they hadn't done that before. So actually what they did is use lots and lots of data that was already collected around how people would progress over the time frame of the clinical trial, but just people who weren't in the trial. This is what we call a natural history comparator. So this is, in other folks with Huntington's disease, how are their symptoms changing over time? And that's where they saw the difference. And so some folks will tell you, well, then you're not accounting for placebo effects. You're not accounting for all these different things, which probably are quite important when we're trying to work out how quickly a drug is moving forward. And actually, it turns out that even though we'd previously heard from Unicure that they had really strong alignment with the FDA, and they'd agreed all these metrics, they'd agreed the comparator group, things really shifted, and we had this very disappointing news towards the end of 2025 and some follow-up information at the beginning of 2026 that basically said that the FDA has kind of done a 180, they've changed their minds, and actually they've decided they do want a control group and they want more data to really understand and be sure that the effects that Unicure are reporting on their gene therapy drug really is good. And so that was really disappointing, and it was a bit of a whiplash for the community because we kind of felt that all our, everything was lined up, and then it kind of sort of seemed to fall apart a little bit. But it's important to remember that, drug discovery and clinical trials is this kind of bumpy journey, and things don't always go in a straight line, but it doesn't mean that things aren't moving forward, right? And so we heard very recently that actually Unicure, they're discussing with many other global drug regulators. Most recently, they released a press release about their conversations with the folks in the UK who are in charge of drug approvals, and things seem to be moving forward there. So it's not the end of the road for this drug by any means. It just means that maybe we've just got to get a bit more data, we've got to figure things out. And actually, if something happens with one regulator, that can sometimes influence what happens with another. So we'll see what happens. So there's still lots to be done on this. Some of the other trials that we're interested in is one of the drugs that's been tested for the longest time in the clinic is actually this drug called tominersen. So this is an antisense oligonucleotide, one of these ASOs injected by spinal tap that will reduce both the regular and the disease form of Huntington. And they're now in their second big clinical trial, which is called Generation HD2. And so things seem to be going well for this trial, which is good. No news in a big trial is good news. It means that everything's moving forward and we're very happy. There was an update where basically there was no safety concerns from the independent committee who kind of are looking in on the data as things go along. The drug companies, the doctors aren't allowed to know who's getting which drug, at what dose, or whether they're in the placebo arm, but there's an independent committee who kind of sits from the sidelines and they can see all that information. And they basically recommended at a point, they were like, actually, we think your trial will be better if you just put everyone onto this dose. So that changed. So everyone is now on the 100 milligram dose instead of the 60, and they're being dosed every 16 weeks. And this basically is, these people are in charge not only of safety, but making sure this is the best science done. If this is going to give us the best outcome in terms of working out if this drug is going to work, that's their job, and that's what they want to do. So we still don't actually know what the data says, but this is good news. Things are moving forward, and maybe we'll hear something soon. The next trial that I'm going to tell you about is from Wave. So these are the folks who can only target just the disease form of Huntington. So they have this very clever, again, it's an ASO, but it's able to find these specific DNA signatures only found in the copy of the Huntington's gene that has the longer CAG number. It's important to note, though, that not everyone has this DNA signature, and so actually to be in this trial, you have to have a genetic test first so that you can work out, do you have the right signature or not? And so the trial that happened so far is showing that Wave 003 is safe, it seems to be well tolerated, which is the number one thing we always want to hear from a clinical trial, and it seems to be doing what they designed it to do. So they see that only the expanded Huntington, not the regular Huntington, is being changed by this drug, which is very good. And they have some other data, which is not conclusive, but promising, which suggests that, from brain scans and other measures, the drug may possibly be improving things for people with HD. And so that trial is actually wrapped up. It's called Select HD, and they're apparently in the works for trying to get a bigger trial to kind of move things forward to the next stage. The next trial is this trial from Vico. So they did a phase 1/2A clinical trial testing another ASO called VO659. This one is different altogether. So actually it's an ASO spinal tap delivery, but actually what it does is it looks at that CAG letter repeat, and it targets that instead. And that actually means that there are other diseases which are caused by CAG repeats. So there's actually 9 of these diseases altogether. And so what they did was they did a basket trial. This means that you take people who have different versions of these CAG repeat diseases. So these are things like spinocerebellar ataxias 1 and 3, as well as some folks with Huntington's, put them all in the same trial and test the drug on everyone at once. And whilst we're lucky, in some ways, that more trials can be done on things like HD because there's a few more people who have it. For these folks with SCAR1 and SCAR3, these are really, really rare conditions. So it's actually really difficult for them to be involved in clinical trials. This is a really good opportunity for that to happen for those communities as well. Good news is that generally this drug was well tolerated, seems to be doing okay. There were some folks who had some side effects. It's this thing called radiculitis, which is basically just the inflammation of your nerves. And apparently folks have recovered and things are going better now. But essentially, as they move forward, VICO are wanting to make sure that they kind of account for that. They think the dosing was a bit too high in the first trial. And so now they're wanting to see how things move forward. So we hope to hear from them more soon. Okay, but then we get into some really cool stuff that's happened more recently. So you may remember this company called PTC Therapeutics. They made a drug called PTC 518. I think these drugs are really cool because you take it as a tablet and it is able to lower Huntington throughout the whole body, which is really interesting, right? And also when we're thinking about accessibility of drugs and cost of drugs, a pill is going to be a lot cheaper than having a very complicated gene therapy brain surgery. So these are things that we're interested as a community. If we want to treat the global population of people with Huntington's, a pill is going to be very exciting. But no one thought you could do this. No one thought you could make a pill to reduce levels of Huntington, but PTC are experts at this, and that's exactly what they did. And actually their idea was so good that they've now partnered with Novartis, who's one of these pharmaceutical giants who've come in to help them run the clinical trial and kind of take some of the things over. And so we've got some data from their previous trial, basically showing, it's called Point HD. They all have these really fun names. And they basically show that people who are at earlier stages of Huntington's, this is classed as HD-ISS. So this is this staging system that tells us, approximately where someone is in their HD journey, that actually they were seeing slowing of disease symptoms and disease progression. So now we were into 2 clinical trials that have told us that if you reduce the level of Huntington, there are potential signals that actually things might be slowing down. It's important to note that this is dose dependent. So you can see with 10 mgs of the drug, they got 52% slowing. But at 5 mgs, they only had 28% slowing. And you might be like, well, this is annoying. Why would they bother with the 5 mgs? But actually what this tells us is that the effects that they're seeing with a drug is dose dependent. So this means that the drug is working as we plan it to do. The more we give of the drug, the better the outcome. And so this is, for drug people and people who are developing drugs, this is good. This is exactly what we want to see. The other thing that's really important is this NFL. So NFL is this biomarker of brain health. You can measure it in your blood, you can measure it in spinal fluids, and essentially if NFL levels go up, it means your brain is not doing so good. And overall, in someone with Huntington's, over the course of their lifetime, their NFL levels will slowly creep up. But what can also happen if a clinical trial isn't going very well, NFL will also go up as well. But the good news with this trial is that actually NFL stay below baseline. So it's actually lower than what you would expect for someone at that stage of Huntington's. So this is good. This means that brains maybe are staying a bit healthier. We don't know. The important thing to say is that this is still really, really small. And the effects that they're seeing is in this stage 2 Huntington's. The effects in stage 3, so people who are a little bit later on, was not quite as clear. They show, promising signals. So there's this kind of drug company talk of well, we're not really quite sure what the data says, but it looks like it's potentially positive. So to really narrow this down, they've launched this really big phase 3 trial, which is called Invest HD, which is going to be really exciting. So we can really dial in and see in a much bigger group of people, and people at this early stage, do we see this? The thing to just be cautious about here is that kind of hidden in some of the details is that actually their recruitment criteria are a little bit restricted, and so you have to meet these kind of criteria of exactly how you fit into your HD journey, where you would need to be to qualify for this trial. So we'll see how that goes. But the good news is that we've got 2-year data already on this drug. It seems to be safe. This is exciting news, and we have got promising signals. So we'll see what happens. So it turns out these kind of drugs that we take by mouth are actually called splice modulators. They change the way that our genetic messages are processed before they're turned into the proteins that these genes make, right? And it turns out that many of these small molecule pill drugs that you can take to lower Huntington actually are also hitting this other gene called PMS1. And so I'm showing this really nice paper from Zach McLean here. He's a kind of a rising star in HD research. He trained in Jim Gazella's lab that did a lot of the original genetics work on Huntington's disease. And he basically showed that if you treat with these pills, actually not only are you lowering Huntington, but actually you can change the way that somatic expansion is happening as well. So remember this process by which CAG numbers can get bigger over time. And so now there's this idea that actually these pills could be offering us a kind of 2-for-1. And maybe you get some Huntington lowering and you get some suppression of this somatic instability, and maybe that will give us double benefit. We don't know that yet. We haven't got any data, so we have to be a bit cautious, but that is certainly the way that many of these companies are now thinking, and things they're thinking about, how do we measure that? How will we measure this 2-for-1 benefit? So it's really exciting. And one company that's kind of leading that is this company called Skyhawk Therapeutics. You might not have heard of them. They're not doing any work in the US really at the moment. But they've been really busy in Australia running clinical trials. So they have a drug called Sky 0515. So again, this is a pill that you take by mouth. And they actually see, again, with their drug, that they're able to lower the levels of Huntington. And the more drug you give, the more lowering of Huntington you get. But also, they measured this PMS1. So they were able to show that the more drug you give, actually you can lower the PMS1 levels as well. Again, we don't know if this is going to be good. We don't know if this 2-for-1 benefit is real, but it's really interesting to know. And it's interesting to see drug companies looking at their niche and how they're going to carve it out. And so far, they actually shared some data which suggests that their drug is maybe, again, able to alter like the way that symptoms progress in people with HD. So they're again using this measure, the CUHDRS, which suggests there might be some slowing. But it's very, again, tiny numbers, it's not a long-term clinical trial. We're hopeful, but we'll see what happens. The good news is that they are pushing ahead full steam. They're running a phase 2/3 clinical trial called Falcon HD, which is recruiting in Australia, in New Zealand, and some other countries, but it's not currently recruiting in the US. And even ahead of this, they've actually submitted a provisional approval application to Australia, the Australian regulators, because they are so confident in their data and so confident in their drug that they are trying to get in early and kind of have like an early approval, which is really exciting. And so who knows? We will see what happens. So I just want to, although there's all of these ups and downs in clinical research, something that I think is really important to remember is like how far we've come and where we started and now where we are. So it was over 10 years ago now that the very first person was dosed with a Huntington lowering drug back in 2015. And we're now in this new dawn where we can see all of these hopeful signals and things moving in positive directions. That's not to take away from the fact there's been many bumps in the road and difficult and hard times for this community. But in 2024, that was the first time that we ever heard from a company that there might be some promising signs that Huntington-lowering drugs are helping people with HD and might be slowing down their symptoms. And in 2025 and into 2026, we've ended up with even more data from more companies. And when we have this kind of convergence, we have these different companies all working on Huntington lowering, but from different angles, testing slightly different groups of folks, and they're all kind of pointing in the same direction. That certainly leads me to have cautious optimism that things are really heading in a direction where we're getting closer and closer to having good drugs for HD. And to not take away from that, something else that we have to be aware of is like all the amazing firsts that have happened in the HD space. With even new people. So we have all of these trials that we've gone through. There are other trials that are starting, it seems all the time. It's kind of hard to keep track of. And two of them here, one from Spark, one from Alnylam, they're the first people dosed in their trials in the last year. These are the first people to ever take a brand new drug in a trial. These are some of the bravest people that I can ever think of, right? These first participants. And that's just like an amazing thing that these people have selflessly done for the community. So this is everything that's going on in the clinic, give or take, but there's lots of stuff still happening behind the scenes that's going to hopefully one day feed into the clinic as well. We can't just put, all our eggs in one basket and have just everything on Huntington lowering. We've got to think about other ways. What are there new technologies that we can use to help try and make drugs for the HD community? And so one of those is this idea of CRISPR. So you would have seen, there's been Nobel Prizes around this, all kinds of media around CRISPR. Essentially, this is like having a pair of genetic scissors that allows you to cut up and slice and dice, the DNA genetic code in all sorts of different ways. And when it first started, we thought, this is kind of a fun tool that we can use in the lab. But since then, you can see on this graph here, this is how many papers each year since this technology was discovered in 2014, how many papers are being published just on CRISPR in HD. And this is like thousands and thousands of papers. Like, it's bananas. And so it's super, super cool stuff going on. And we actually now have the first ever CRISPR drugs, which is a landmark time for the community. And this particular drug is called Casgevy. It was made for sickle cell. And there's some parallels, but there's also some differences with why, they were able to do this for sickle cell. We're not quite there yet for HD. So we have some common things where for sickle cell and HD, we know what the genetic cause is. We know exactly all the molecular changes that happen at the DNA level to cause those diseases. But for HD, we're still a bit unsure about some of the downstream biology, which is complicated and difficult to understand for scientists and for everyone. But for sickle cell, this is a well-described disease. They know exactly what happens, all the steps in the molecular processes, which can make it easier to design some types of drugs. And the other thing is that this is a disease that affects your blood. For HD, we're trying to treat the brain mostly, right? And so for these folks, they can actually, take stem cells, they can take cells out of the body, treat them in a kind of lab setting to do the DNA editing, and then put them back in the body. And this is really helpful, and it makes their lives a lot easier because they can check that the editing is happening, they make sure it's done correctly, there's no mistakes and errors, and then you can put things back when you know everything is safe. If we want to do that for the brain, that's much more tricky. We've got to get this machinery that's able, genetic scissors, into the brain, and we've got to make sure that we know that these scissors are cutting in the right places. We've got to be really, really sure, because it's a very different set of circumstances. But, and then they magically appear. But here are some of the really, really cool studies that are happening in HD research for CRISPR. And one I wanted to highlight is from Sonia Vasquez-Sanchez. So she's actually an HDSA Berman Topper Fellow. So your funding and your support of HDSA is funding her research. She recently wrote this article for HD Buzz about this brand new type of molecular scissors. So there are now all these different flavors of CRISPR, all these different ways that we can use these scissors to chop up our DNA and do what we want it to do. And these ones are self-inactivating. So what that means is that once they've made their changes, then they're done. They're kaput. They don't work anymore. Because what we don't want is these scissors just being left around and chopping up bits of DNA that we don't want them to do, right? And so what these folks in this study were able to do is that they could use this self-inactivating system, and actually it reduced levels of the toxic Huntington protein by 90%, leaving the other copy completely intact. That's amazing. So all of this is done in HD mice. It's not in people yet, but this is really promising. And they actually showed that in this study, they could actually improve the quote-unquote symptoms that these mice have that mimic some of the things we see in people with HD, and that's really exciting. And there's actually companies already doing this. So there are companies developing things that are going to take us from the bench into the bedside. So how can we translate these findings from the basic research into the clinic, which is super fun. All right, so in my final little bit of time, I just want to highlight some other things that are happening in the HD space. Beyond everything that we have with these kind of intervention trials, so these trials where you're giving folks drugs, there are actually all kinds of registries and observational studies that are happening, many of which will be local to your community or to your particular HD family. And so some of these are really, really interesting. One I want to highlight is HD-YAS. So one of the things that is really intriguing about Huntington's is when do things really start happening? We know that people are born with the HD genetic change, but then they don't seem to get sick until a lot later, right? And so what this study in London is doing is looking at people who are gene positive for Huntington's, but they're at really early stages, and they might not necessarily have got a regular clinical diagnosis yet, other than their genetic testing. And so they're trying to see, what are the small changes that are happening? Are there kind of little signals that we can see very early on? And you might be like, well, what's the point of doing this? And the point is that we're seeing already that many of these drugs seem to be working better in people who are earlier stages of HD. So imagine if we could use some of these drugs to treat people who don't have obvious symptoms yet. That would be amazing. But in order to do that, you need to know what you're measuring. Like, you need to know that you can measure a change, which shows that the drug is actually doing something. So you need to find these signals very early on. There are lots of both HDSA, HDO, other folks all have these surveys that are collecting lots of valuable data around, people's individual stories with HD, their experiences. These are amazing assets to help us, design better trials and really focus in on what the HD community needs. Something else I want to highlight is Enroll HD. And so this is an amazing study. This is like thousands and thousands of people who sign up, and every year they go to their doctor and they have this visit, and they will record some data, tracking how their symptoms are going and other bits and pieces. Important thing is you don't actually need to have a positive HD genetic test for this. There are some other inclusion criteria. But this is really important. It's so much data on folks, and it helps us understand, clinical trial design and other bits and pieces. The other thing I would encourage you to do is there's this thing called HD Trial Finder on the HDSA website. You can find out all sorts of different things. We talked about some of these big drug trials, but actually there's so many other studies which are, equally valuable to scientists as we're trying to figure out what's happening in folks with Huntington's disease. So some of these are imaging studies, other of them are, thinking about cognitive testing or maybe donating blood or spinal fluid, really trying to think about what's going on. And we get asked all the time at HD Buzz, well, maybe I can't be in a clinical trial, but what should I be doing? What can I be doing? And so we've started writing more articles which are studying some of the things around what you can do in your day-to-day life to help yourself with Huntington's disease, or supporting your partner or your loved ones with HD. And unfortunately, it's all the really boring things that we're all told to do, which is eat well, don't drink too much, get lots of good sleep, have some exercise. These are things that matter just as much in people with Huntington's as it does for everyone else. And it's important that we all look after each other. So one of the final things I wanted to touch on is this idea of brain donation. So it's one of the most selfless things that a person with Huntington's disease, or maybe a family member, could do is, after they pass, they can actually donate their brain for research. And it actually turns out, I don't know how many of you know this, you are in the global epicenter of amazing brain research. You've got the Allen Institute just down the road. You've got amazing folks at UW. This is probably in the top 5 places in the world for anything of brain research, and probably people from the Allen would say much higher than that. And so, you're one of the most well-positioned communities to be involved with this. It's a very personal decision if it's something that you want to do, but, it's something that we would encourage people to, to have a think about. And so there's stuff, I don't know if there's anyone from the East Coast here, but I put this up just in case. There's a Harvard Brain Tissue Center as well. But, UW and the Allen have many programs for brain donation. And actually on this QR code, it will take you through to some of the questions and common things that come up around brain donation for the UW folks. As this is with Dan Childs and some of the other experts that I think you've heard from in this community before. And the reason that these brain donations matter is, we heard about these landmark studies. These truly are landmark studies. It's all very well studying Huntington's disease in mice, but mice are not people. They do not live as long. There are so many things about their brains which are nothing like what you would see in a human brain. And so we want to do HD research that's driven by human data and human biology to make sure we don't want to treat HD mice, we want to treat people with Huntington's disease. And some of that we can only get to with some of these incredibly precious materials. And so there are some of the articles here I just wanted to flag as, really helping us to understand some of the detailed molecular changes that are happening in HD brains, which we would have had no idea about unless people in the community had not selflessly donated their brains to research. And I will tell you, these are highly prized, incredibly valuable, and well cared for materials. These, only in a couple of instances have I used this kind of material in my lab. It is so precious and treated with just the utmost respect because we understand what an amazing donation that is. So if you're interested in knowing more about HD research, there are, we're so lucky to have this plethora of tools, these amazing communities who are making sure that all of you are informed and you can make good decisions about research, understanding where things are, and understanding where maybe you want to be involved in clinical trials or fundraising or other bits and pieces. So I strongly encourage you to kind of check out HDF, HDSA, the Huntington Society of Canada. They're just over the border, it's not that far, and they have a huge amount of resources available for folks. And of course, if you want to learn more, you can reach out to HD Buzz. We do our best to answer people's questions as quickly as possible or point you in the direction of resources that might be helpful. But with that, I'll say thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Hello, question down here.
Do you want to?
Yeah, so the question was about, in Huntington lowering, we've got a number of drugs which are lowering both the regular and the expanded disease form of the Huntington protein, and what are the relative pros and cons of that? It's a great question. So, we know that if you get rid of Huntington really early on, so within an embryo, is not good. Like, things do not go very well. But there's lots of data that basically show that later on in life, so in adulthood, we can actually remove the regular Huntington protein and things seem to be going okay. The best data comes from people, right? There are folks who've been treated with some of these Huntington lowering drugs for years at this point by all these different ways. And, especially the folks who had the Unicure drug, this is a one and done gene therapy. And they are walking around and they just have less Huntington in their brain. And I mean, that's good data for me. So it's like, as much as the mouse studies tell us bits and pieces, it's the safety profile that we've seen with many of the drugs is encouraging that this is tolerated. But you're absolutely correct. Like, we don't know which version is going to be better. And if we can leave things intact, then that would be something that I would think would probably be a good idea. But if it doesn't matter that much and it will slow down disease, then I think that's also okay. I think we're so lucky to have all these kind of horses in the race to try, and then we'll be able to see which one's going to work better. So we'll watch the data. Any other questions? Oh, yeah. I think there's a microphone just coming for you, so everyone can hear your question.
Thank you very much. Thanks. And so I'd like to know more. I think you mentioned about some of the drugs which are coming, which have encouraging effects, and when are those coming into the picture and can treat the actual patients?
So, sorry, I didn't quite catch which drugs is it you're specifically?
I think you mentioned some of the drug companies. I think it was some taken by pill, as a pill.
Yeah, so I mean, it's difficult to know with drugs that are still in development. A lot of companies will promise, we'll be starting a clinical trial at this point, at this point, at this point. And sometimes it doesn't necessarily materialize. And, science runs on very strange schedules sometimes. So that's why in the trial tracker, at least, we only include trials where people are actively dosing people or they've actively started, like someone has received that drug. For things that are not in the clinic yet, we always have aims and ambitions, and some of these are registered on clinicaltrials.gov. That's the best way for a specific trial. You can see, their approximate timelines. Other people will make press releases, but then nothing materializes, and that's disappointing. So I would say just keep an eye on the trial tracker, keep an eye on clinicaltrials.gov as the best way to know what's best and what's available in different places, right? So not all of these trials are available in the US, or even if they are in the US, they're not necessarily here, right? So it's the easiest way to find out.
Is there any way we can travel to the different countries which have higher, where it has reached a mature stage of the drug?
So,
for example, you mentioned there is some trials in Australia. People can tell.
Yeah. So
somebody could
So, trials happening in Australia doesn't mean that a drug won't down the line be approved in another country, right? And so often when companies are deciding, like, where should I do my clinical trial, they're thinking about all sorts of things. They're thinking about how much is this going to cost me, what's the red tape involved, other bits and pieces. Turns out Australia is just like a pretty good ecosystem for running sort of early clinical trials. And so there's a lot of companies moving there. And the trial being done there doesn't necessitate that things won't be approved later or they won't expand later into other sites. It's just that there's also a lot of uncertainty right now in the US with the FDA. And I think some of the companies have observed what's happened with the Unicure trial and sort of cautioned themselves a little bit about investing. But it doesn't mean things won't change. And actually, some of the biggest trials, which I think are really exciting, so things like the INVEST-HD trial are happening here. And so we'll just have to wait and see.
Thank you.
There's a question at the front. I think it's just a microphone coming for you.
It sounds like people don't fully understand what Huntington protein does. Is that correct?
It's a great question. So as someone who, my whole lab, all we do is we make the Huntington protein synthetically in the lab, and then we study what it looks like, what it does. And I was just, at a meeting where we're trying to ask some basic questions about what does Huntington do and how's this changed in HD? And it's, I would say there's still not a good consensus. And it's quite tricky. It turns out that even though we have what we call a monogenic disease with Huntington's, we know that one gene is changed, and that's what causes Huntington's disease. It is incredibly complicated because that gene transpires to many, many different products of the gene, and exactly which ones are made where, in which types of cells, at which points in someone's HD life is very difficult to understand. And actually different models seem to be giving us different answers, but there's a huge group of people who are trying to work together to nail down exactly some of these molecular changes. And now we have lots of really cool tools that we didn't have, 10 years ago when we were trying to study this. HD is a field that benefits not just from advances in HD, but advances in technologies. So, with things like CRISPR and other tools that we have, we can take the success of other fields and apply it to HD and try and answer some of these questions faster. I think overall, people think that Huntington has a very central role in many parts of cell biology. So it seems to be involved in making sure which genes are switched on and off, making sure there's enough energy in the cell, making sure our DNA is well looked after, all sorts of different things. But diving into the nitty-gritty is still ongoing. And that's something that my team are actively doing, and we're doing our best, yeah.
Hi, I'm Alex, and I'm actually from the UK originally too. And I'm interested in the Unicure brain surgery. I happened to be in Cambridge over Christmas, and I met a HD specialist who said that the brain surgery would cost approximately £2 million. So it seems like that is a dead end for most people. Would you agree?
Yeah, so I mean, for many of these drugs, and this is a problem not just with drugs delivered by brain surgery, but any drug in the rare disease space, there's a big financial investment by many of these companies to get these drugs from the lab through clinical trials. These are incredibly expensive. A clinical trial is the most expensive experiment you could ever run, really. And it's, these companies are looking to recover some of those costs that they've made, right, for their shareholders. So there is a kind of sticker shock with the price tag that's projected for some of these drugs. The flip side is that actually for many folks with HD, the ongoing cost of long-term care, support that is needed by different government agencies and so forth could be argued to be more expensive than a one-time $3 million or pounds cost for getting a drug. And so this is the kind of negotiations that will happen with people in the UK, it's NICE who makes these regulations. In other countries, it works by different systems. And it depends on, here it will be based on insurance and so forth as well. But we don't know. I think we shouldn't worry about it too much, to be honest, until we get closer to that time point. And if we are lucky enough to get a drug approved and we are confident that it works, in the HD space, and that lowering Huntington is definitely going to benefit people. Once we know that, then we're fortunate that actually there's so much competition in the market, right? And so you're going to have all these companies doing very similar approaches. So how are they going to carve out their niche and make sure that their drug gets to people? So I'm hopeful that that will yield better prices for folks, but that's a down the road problem, and this is something that advocacy organizations like the HDSA are likely heavily involved in. So we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, no problem. If anyone has questions they don't want to put their hand up and ask, you can always drop me an email at editors@hdbuzz.net, and I'll be happy to respond to you. Or maybe by the end of today, you'll think of a question you want to ask, and I'm happy to do that as well. So no problem.
So hdbuzz.net.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that would be where to go. And your points about the importance of Enroll and being involved in Enroll was really well taken. It sounds like that really contributed to a lot of the advances that have been made. And so for people that are interested in learning more about Enroll, they can find it on a number of websites, HDSA, our UW website as well. Thank you so much, Dr. Harding. That was
You're more than
fantastic.
welcome. Thank you.
What are you doing next? And now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Michael Schrift, a neuropsychiatrist who's going to talk to us about the behavioral psychiatric topics in Huntington.
Thank you. There's a microphone up there.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome everyone. And I'm happy to talk to you today about the neuropsychiatric complications of Huntington's disease. And let me just start. So what I'll cover today is how Huntington's disease affects thinking and memory, how it affects emotion and behavior, how it can cause severe depression and apathy, which tends to get worse over time. I'll also cover irritability, which is a problem for all families who have their loved one who has this illness. But less common things I'll talk about as well, such as delirium, which is something that you need to be attuned to. And I'll talk about sleep disorders and other quality of life concerns, and treatment options and practical strategies, how to manage all these things. Oop, wrong way, sorry. Okay, so this is George Huntington's original paper. And he was just 22 when he described this illness. And George Huntington was in a family of general practitioners in East Hampton in Long Island. And actually his grandfather started the general practice. And they had families in that community that had multiple generations of people with Huntington's disease. And it actually was his grandfather that first described it, but George Huntington was the one who published it. And if you look at the description of what he said about Huntington's disease, it was pretty accurate. And the knowledge of biology and understanding the brain was rudimentary at that point. But he noted it ran in families, it had a hereditary nature. The symptoms often emerge in adult life. It can cause movements and changes in thinking. He even knew that then. And the behavioral changes and the emotional distress are part of the illness. It's not something separate. And he noted that suicide is a big risk. It's highly elevated in people with this illness, and it gets worse over time. He was pretty prescient in terms of understanding this illness before even the concept of DNA and CAG repeats were understood. So it's not an uncommon disorder. So there's 30,000 people living with the illness of Huntington's disease, and around 200,000 people who are at risk for developing Huntington's disease. They have a parent or a grandparent who has the illness. As people know here, the median age of onset or the time of diagnosis is around age 40. And as you heard already, it's caused by a genetic change in the Huntington gene, which is on the short arm of the 4th chromosome. Each child has a 50% chance to get it if you have a parent with that illness. Okay, sorry. And the disease involves 3 domains: movement, thinking, and behavior, and affects men and women equally. It doesn't involve the sex chromosomes. I'll come back to that issue in a little while. Okay. And you've heard about this already, but most of us have, in terms of that gene, in terms of the number of CAG repeats, between 10 and 26 of those repeats. And then you can have an intermediate level, somewhere between 27 and 35, where you won't develop the illness in your life, but you may transmit the illness to your children. Sometimes what occurs is that the number of repeats could increase and multiply when you give birth and at the time of conception. And so, but that person themselves who has 27 to 35 doesn't have the illness. Then there's people with repeat lengths between 36 and 39, and they have reduced penetrance. They may or may not develop Huntington's disease or the features of that in their life. Maybe if they live to a very old age, they might. And then once you hit 40 CAG repeats, that's full penetrance, and you will develop in a normal lifespan the features of that illness. And as you already heard, we now know about repeat expansions of this gene, of the CAG sequences. So you could start out with 40 to 45, and over 10, 20 years, you have then 50 to 150. It seems that at 150 repeats, the cells, the medium spiny neurons in the corpus striatum and the basal ganglia can't tolerate that. And then actually the sequence continues even 500 more repeats over time. But as already you heard, there's ways that could naturally interrupt this. So you can have 2 people with 50 repeats, and one person has features of the illness much quicker, much earlier than the other person. And why that may be has to do with these interrupted repeats, that there's 2 codons that code for glutamic acid, an amino acid, CAG and CAA. And the CAA seems to slow down or be like speed bumps in the sequencing of that gene. And so a person with a lot of CAA admixed with their CAGs may not develop the illness till much later because of the slowing of the expanded sequences. And that may be, as you heard, a research strategy to alter the disease even early on. So every family knew this for a long time, that the illness begins long before you develop chorea. It used to be that you weren't said that you had Huntington's disease until you showed chorea. It's called manifest Huntington's disease. It was a dichotomy. Either you have it or you don't. It's not like that. You have the illness from day one of conception. And it slowly develops over time. So we have a new staging system, the Huntington's disease integrated scale, that starts at stage 0, and so the person carries the 8 CAG sequences. They have the gene, but there's no detectable changes. Then in stage 1, they're still normal. They still seem to be normal, but they have biomarkers that suggest that they're degenerating in that part of the brain that tends to degenerate Huntington's disease. One of them is proenkephalin. That's a marker of one of the structures in the brain, the caudate, and there's falling levels of that that's marked in stage 1. There's also elevated levels of what's called neurofilament light chains. These are markers of destroyed brain cells. And if you do very specific volumetric measures of the caudate and putamen, the important parts of the brain that are involved in Huntington's disease, you see atrophy even early on, maybe even 20 years before you show the illness or before you're diagnosed. In stage 2, you show the clinical signs. You have cognitive, behavioral, or motor symptoms. So you don't have to have chorea. You could just have cognitive and behavioral signs, and that's stage 2. And those biomarkers I mentioned before continue to progress. You get, again, atrophy in the important parts of the brain, the caudate and putamen. And then in stage 3, there's a functional decline. You start to lose independence in your activities of daily living. It could affect work, finances, self-care, and there's marked changes in the brain, marked atrophy in the brain. Okay, so I mentioned the striatum multiple times, and this is a critical structure because this structure is part of a circuit that connects the frontal lobe to the rest of the brain. And so there's 3 major circuits in the brain that are linked with the behaviors that one sees in Huntington's disease. There's a problem with executive function, like the CEO of a corporation, where that person has to manage things, has to organize things, has to plan for the future, has to have directed attention, freedom from distractibility, and that's one of the circuits that's affected here on the left here. And that leads to executive dysfunction, and I'll talk more about that in a few minutes. Another common feature that progresses throughout the illness is apathy. And patients with this develop progressive disorder of motivation, diminished motivation. They become less and less goal-oriented. They have more and more inertia. And then the other one that's also very problematic for families is the patient becomes disinhibited. And this involves the orbital frontal cortex. And again, what connects all these circuits is the caudate and putamen. And so it leads to, this third circuit leads to disinhibition, problems with anger control, easily triggering emotional outbursts. And we'll come back to those circuits in a little while. So there's 3 domains of Huntington's disease. One is movements, and that's been the focus of Huntington's disease research until recently. But it involves other things. Again, even George Huntington described this, problems in thinking and problems in behavior and emotion. So let's first talk about the cognitive changes. So one of the major changes is processing speed. People become slower in mentation. And so they have slower responses in conversation. They have difficulty keeping up in group discussions. They need more time to make a decision. And so if you ask them, do you want butter or jam on your toast, they may take 20, 30 seconds to answer you. And if you ask, if most of us are impatient with our family, and you ask that question, and then our answer within 10 seconds, you ask, well, do you want butter or toast, butter or jam on your toast? Then the person's now going to start processing that new question because they've never finished processing the first question, and they get more and more befuddled with that. And so they need more time to make the decisions. They understand what you're saying, but they need much more time to make those decisions. There's a term for this, it's called bradykapnia, slow mentation, slow thought processes. And then they have executive functions. As I mentioned before, they have trouble organizing the steps of a task, like how to make coffee. You have to grind the coffee, you have to get the water, you have to they have trouble sequencing those kind of things. They have trouble multitasking, because it takes, to make coffee is a multitask event. They have reduced mental flexibility. So in the middle of making the coffee, you ask them, could you get milk from the refrigerator? They have trouble getting off making coffee. And then this leads also to problems with planning and judgment, and we'll come back to why that tends to occur. So these these things, what families notice, the people with Huntington's disease often have difficulty starting tasks, but once they start, they can follow through. It's a problem with initiation. So this relates to Newton's law, first law of motion. Bodies at rest tend to stay at rest. Bodies in motion tend to keep in motion, right? Stay in motion. So they're apathetic and they don't want to do things. And then, but once they do things, sometimes they do it over and over and over again, and they can't stop. We'll come back to that, because that kind of behavior, perseveration, often gets confused with obsessive compulsive disorder, which it's not the same thing. But both of these things are brain-based. These are not character flaws. These are not personality disorders. This is their illness. I don't know how that happened. Okay. All right. Now, Alzheimer's disease and Huntington's disease sometimes are confused in terms of what kind of cognitive problems you get. And so people with Alzheimer's disease, it affects a critical part of the brain called the hippocampus, which is responsible for encoding memories. And so they tend to forget facts, they forget recent or upcoming events, but their practical skills like riding a bicycle, chewing, walking, they do fine with that, particularly early on. People with Huntington's disease, it's the opposite. Their memory's okay. They may be forgetful, but their memory's okay, but their practice skills, like riding a bicycle, riding a bicycle, doing routine things in terms of the motor performance, that becomes a problem. But their memory is still okay. There's also changes in perception and awareness, and this is difficult for also families to understand. There's difficulty reading facial expressions, particularly disgust and anger on other people. So you may be angry with them, and they won't be able to recognize that you're angry. Or you may show a facial expression of disgust because they did something that bothered you. That they don't read that off your face. We do this automatically. All this occurs without your awareness. They have trouble doing that. They're also, the part of the brain that degenerates is involved in one's internal clock. And someone who could be punctual the whole life now becomes not punctual. They don't show up on time. They take hours to eat breakfast. They become consistently late with things because they don't have the mental concept or are losing the mental concept of time. And the next one is a very bothersome one, is unawareness of illness. It's called in neurology anosognosia, unawareness of illness. And this is not just denial, like the Freudian concept of denial where they actually know the truth but don't want to admit it. This is they don't recognize what the truth is. They don't realize that they are cognitively impaired. They don't realize they even have chorea. I've seen patients who can have pretty severe chorea, and you ask them, do you have any abnormal movements? And the patient says, there's nothing wrong with me, doc. Even though they're having severe chorea right in front of you. They don't recognize it. But this is not just for their movements. It's for their anger control, their apathy and inertia. They don't recognize that they have these problems. It's part of their brain disease. It's not willful misconduct. Okay, so next we're going to talk about the other neuropsychiatric features. So again, apathy, it's characterized by having reduced activity, low initiative. They don't tend to initiate activities. They're emotionally blunted. They don't respond normally as they did in the past, like they don't show empathy or sympathy for others. It tends to worsen over time. Now, this is not true with everyone with Huntington's disease, but it's a general pattern. But apathy does get worse as the stages move on. Depression is also a factor. I'm going to talk more about that, but that features low mood, anxiety, low self-esteem, feelings of hopelessness, worthlessness, guilt, and it's present in all stages. And I'll come back to talking about that in more detail. And then there's the irritability factor. With poor temper control, they may have verbal or physical aggression, impulse control. They don't think through things. They don't think of the consequences of their actions. And it tends to peak early in the disease process, even before the chorea begins. So we talked about apathy. It's the single most common neuropsychiatric problem across all the stages. Loss of motivation, loss of interest, they have less emotional responsiveness. Again, it gets worse over time. It's different than depression, and it's often confused with depression. And the family thinks the patient has depression when it turns out it's apathy. And it's an important distinction to have because antidepressants don't help apathy. Antidepressants help depression, major depression, but doesn't help apathy. And so people with major depression have those psychological features of depression, feelings of hopelessness, worthlessness, guilt, suicidal ideas. People with apathy don't have that. You ask them, how are things going? They're going okay. How come you're not doing anything most of the day? I like sitting here. It's not that they have those psychological symptoms of depression, but it's a distressing thing for caregivers because they have trouble understanding that. Why doesn't the person want to do anything? And then when you get them to do something, they may become irritable and angry. So as I mentioned, depression is not uncommon. It was noted by George Huntington. There's about 38% frequency of depression in people with diagnosed Huntington's disease. It could occur at any age. It has may have different biology than the regular general kind of major depression that we all are susceptible to getting. The worrisome part of this is that the suicide rate is sky high. There may be up to 12 times the rate of suicide in people with Huntington's disease. Actually, the risk of suicide is much higher in Huntington's disease than it is in just regular garden variety major depression. 12 times higher. And in severe cases of depression, it may include psychotic features, hallucinations, delusions, having odd ways of speaking. So what we know about treatment is that people with the depression and Huntington's disease respond to the same antidepressants that you would give people who have regular major depression. They may be more sensitive to side effects, but as long as it's managed properly, they're okay. In very severe depression or psychotic depression, electroconvulsive therapy could be very, very effective. And psychotherapy and multidisciplinary rehabilitation also is quite effective, as is cognitive and behavioral therapy. So just more on the suicide risk, because I want to make sure everyone understands this, that there's, the rates are 4 to 12 times higher than in the general population. And there's different times when that tends to occur. It could occur at the time of diagnosis, suicide. Once you realize that you're going to have an illness that your mother or father might have had, that often triggers a suicide attempt. And the other time in someone's life is when they start to lose independence in activities of daily living. So those are times that really need to be watched out for a potential suicide attempt. Risk factors for doing this are depression, hopelessness, being socially withdrawn, fear of future suffering, which is a common thing, obviously. Things that you can do is screen for depression. It's a myth to think that if you ask someone if they're suicidal, that you're implanting the idea in their mind. They already have the idea. Actually, it's a relief for them to realize that other people with this illness have that idea. You don't implant the illness. It's not going to cause them to become suicidal because you asked that. It's again, in most people, it's a relief. As I mentioned, irritability and impulsivity are problems. It's one of the earliest symptoms. It's reported in 52% of patients before the diagnosis. Temper outbursts come from that loss of impulse control, that circuit, the orbital frontal circuit that I showed you earlier. When they're confused or easily overwhelmed, that often triggers an anger attack. They may become violent. This is an important thing. They may become violent, and then 10 minutes later not remember that they did anything wrong. And the family is still stunned by that aggressive act, but the patient doesn't realize that they had this problem or they did anything wrong. This tends to peak in early and moderate stages of the illness. Impulsivity is another issue. They have poor self-control. This may lead to risky behaviors. May include reckless spending, gambling, inappropriate sexual remarks. In a social setting that could be quite embarrassing for the family. It's related to that circuit that I mentioned before, and it's not done intentionally. What's wrong is that the circuit's broken. The brake is broken. They don't have the brake or the filter that they had before. It's not a personality flaw or something they're doing with willful misconduct. It's part of the illness. Just like someone with a stroke is weak on one side of the body, a person with this illness, that circuit is not properly working, and that's why they show these behaviors. Anxiety is also one of the most common problems. It's one of the most under-recognized symptoms. In studies, 78% of people with Huntington's disease have some form of anxiety. And a large percent, 40%, have never been treated. It could appear years before the motor disorder, one of the earliest symptoms. It can occur with depression. It could be a separate anxiety problem in itself. It's often social anxiety or generalized worrying they worry in an exaggerated way about everyday things. They can have panic attacks. There are treatments, though. So the serotonin reuptake inhibitors, the Prozac-like drugs, if they're used properly, can help people. There's other drugs like buspirone that can help people. Drugs like Valium or Xanax or Ativan are probably not the best drugs for these kinds of issues. They tend to cause cognitive impairment, they increase fall risk, and they can even make you more disinhibited. But simple interventions like structured routines, reducing uncertainty about situations, being clear in your communications with them, that often helps anxiety as well. Another thing that is often confused is mania and disinhibition. So mania is what you see in manic depressive illness, a bipolar disorder, and what a manic attack is, or a manic episode, is that a person has an elevated mood, or they're irritable, they have grandiose or paranoid thinking. They think they're better than themselves, or they think they're a special kind of person. They may have rapid and pressured speech where you can't get a word in edgewise when you speak with them, decreased need for sleep. And this is not just for 1 hour, it's for days and weeks. That's a manic episode. That's not bipolar disorder. The most common thing is disinhibition. Someone with disinhibition, again, they have lost filter. So they make inappropriate comments or jokes. They violate social boundaries. They may steal petty things that they've never done before, but they don't have the grandiosity and the mood elevation that one sees in mania. And it's an important distinction because you wouldn't treat someone with impulsivity, for example, with lithium. You would do that for bipolar disorder. So it has different treatment implications. It's important to differentiate those. Another thing I mentioned before is repetitive behaviors that are often confused with obsessive-compulsive disorder. So in obsessive-compulsive disorder, you get intrusive, unwanted thoughts, unwanted mental images, unwanted impulses, and then you do the compulsion, the act, let's say, you get this intrusive thought that you're contaminated. So you have to wash hundreds of times a day to get rid of that contamination. That's obsessive-compulsive disorder. The most common thing that occurs in HD is perseveration. They get stuck on a topic, they get stuck on a motor routine. It's part of their executive dysfunction. And so it's like that, Newton's first law of motion. You know, body at rest tends to stay at rest. A body in motion tends to stay in motion. They get stuck in a routine. That's not obsessive compulsive disorder. And perseveration doesn't respond to the same treatments that you would treat someone with obsessive compulsive disorder with. Psychosis is another thing. It's not uncommon that people who have Huntington's disease in their family, some of their family members have had a diagnosis of schizophrenia. And so it's estimated that 3 to 11% of people who with Huntington's disease have had psychotic symptoms, and it could start 4 to 11 years before the motor diagnosis, and it could feature hallucinations, delusions, having fixed false beliefs. They can have what's called formal thought disorder, where they have problems with their verbal output, and they have odd ways of speaking. And actually, it's associated with a lower number of CAG repeats, over the 40, but it's over a lower number of CAG repeats, and it tends to occur at a younger age. And it's thought to be a possible special phenotype, special subset of people with Huntington's disease. And interestingly, the genes that are thought to increase vulnerability in schizophrenia increase the psychosis risk in people with Huntington's disease. And it tends to run in families. And it's well documented, around 24% of HD patients have a first-degree relative with a psychosis. So the psychotic aspect can run in families. And treatments are the same treatments you would use for psychosis, second-generation antipsychotic drugs like risperidone, olanzapine, aripiprazole. ACT could be also effective in refractory cases. Okay. Now we're going to talk about other important concerns that you guys need to be aware of. One of them is delirium. So this is a take-home message that you should get. Nothing occurs rapidly in HD. It's a progressive but slow progressing disorder. If something occurs rapidly, like overnight the person becomes incontinent, or overnight can't dress themselves, overnight don't know who you are, that's not HD. There's something else going on, something else superimposed, like a toxic or metabolic change that's affecting their brain. So things like dehydration and poor nutrition could do that. A urinary tract infection or pneumonia could do that. Having a medication side effect. As you know, falls are common in people with HD. So they may have had a fall and now developed a bleeding in the brain, a subdural hematoma that you didn't know about. And again, they can have these metabolic changes in their body from some infection or some other process. But it's a relative medical emergency. This is not their HD. It's something superimposed upon their HD. You need to seek a medical evaluation promptly. The doctor needs to review the medications that the patient's on. You need to check for infection, like a urinary tract infection, pneumonia. Ask about head injuries. Get a head CT scan. So the cure of this is finding and fixing the cause. It's not HD that's causing that. That's really important to know. Sleep problems are also an issue in people with Huntington's disease. Around 90% of people with Huntington's disease report sleep disturbances. And it could be that they have severe initial insomnia, or they sleep during the day, or their day-night cycles reversed. Part of the issues is having involuntary movements at bedtime. Depression and anxiety in and of themselves cause sleep problems. Again, they have this disrupted sleep-wake cycle. They may have what's called poor sleep hygiene. They don't go to bed at the same time or wake up around the same time every day. Medication side effects also can lead to sleep disturbances like tetrabenazine, amantadine. Other drugs can do that. And then the lack of daytime activity. If you're just sitting all day, you can have trouble sleeping that night. So what helps is a consistent schedule. Go to bed around the same time, wake up around the same time every day. Try to have maximal daytime activity so you have a reason to go to sleep at night. They treat the chorea if that's interfering with their sleep. Again, avoid the Valium-like drugs Valium, Ativan, Xanax, that's only going to make things worse for them. And sometimes sedating antidepressants like trazodone can help as well. Sexual changes could also occur, and this is often underreported because of embarrassment regarding it. There could be decreased sexual interest that's linked to the apathy that occurs, and they could also have the other hypersexuality and making inappropriate sexual remarks or having inappropriate sexual behaviors, again, linked to the disinhibition. It could be medication effects. So many antidepressants, antipsychotic drugs cause sexual dysfunction. And the abnormal movements, the involuntary movements could interfere with sexual activity. But again, people often are reluctant to talk about this because it's embarrassing, but it's important that this is brought up to the doctor and those kinds of things are discussed, particularly also if there's potential for legal issues because of the sexual inappropriate behaviors. So it's important to talk to your HD care team about any of these kinds of issues. Now, I mentioned earlier that the sex chromosomes, XY chromosomes, are not involved with this illness, but there are sexual differences in people with HD. This is a study from Hammaker from this year, a review of 44 studies showing that women have more frequent depression and irritability, greater functional impairment, and decline in daily activities. They are more likely to receive antidepressants and anti-anxiety medications. They have lower rates of full unemployment. There's probably multiple reasons for that, not just HD. And motor symptoms tend to drive their functional decline. As opposed to men, they have more frequent apathy and substance use. They tend to have higher rates of psychotic symptoms and suicidal ideas over time. They're more likely to receive antipsychotic drugs and tetrabenazine that's used for the movements. What leads to their functional decline is their cognitive deficits. And they tend to have more thinning in the upper parts of the brain, the cortex, compared to women. Okay, let's talk about treatments and support. So I talked about a lot of things. So in terms of depression, certainly psychotherapy, particularly cognitive behavioral therapy, can be helpful, but in terms of medications, the serotonin reuptake inhibitors, the Prozac-like drugs, and the serotonin and norepinephrine reuptake inhibitors, like venlafaxine, mirtazapine also can be helpful, and ECT in very severe cases. Irritability also tends to benefit from things like the serotonin reuptake inhibitors. If it's severe, antipsychotic drugs can help. It's important to reduce triggers, though, of that irritability. Apathy, it's not a very drug-responsive problem in people with HD. So this depends on the caregiver. You have to be their frontal lobes for the patient. You need structured activities, routines. Again, it has limited medication benefits. Psychosis, antipsychotic drugs are often helpful. It also helps the chorea. So it helps both of those things. If a manic episode does occur, things like divalproex sodium, valproate, antipsychotic drugs, lithium could be used, but it has to be used in a cautious way. And in terms of anxiety, in terms of medications, serotonin reuptake inhibitors and buspirone, again, avoiding benzodiazepines. And you just heard about research. I'm not going to go over this slide because you just heard a whole lecture on that, better than what I could do on this slide. But there are non-medication approaches. So in terms of structure and routine, a consistent daily schedule, structured activities are really important, day programs, that it's the single most effective non-medication strategy to have a structure and routine. In terms of the environment, trying your best to reduce noise and chaos, minimize pressure, keep a calm, predictable environment. It's best to do things in a routine. Do the same thing every day. That will keep things calm. In terms of communication, speak simply and directly, allowed extra time to respond. Again, they are slow in mental processing, and so it's easy to talk over them. But you have to remember, they understand everything you're saying. They just have trouble getting it back out. You got to just be patient. In terms of caregiver support, because this is an illness that affects caregivers tremendously. It's a big burden on you guys. So there's support groups, as you know. There's respite care. Getting your own mental health help can also help your quality of life. So the key takeaways from my talk is that the behavioral and emotional symptoms are a core feature of HD. It's not a separate problem. It's not a personality flaw. It's not willful misconduct. It's part of the brain disorder. And these symptoms occur years before the motor symptoms occur. It used to be thought you don't have HD, as I mentioned earlier, till you have the motor symptoms. That's not true. Even George Huntington knew that wasn't true. Apathy, depression, irritability are the three big neuropsychiatric symptoms. Again, a sudden change in behavior. You look for delirium. It's not the disease progressing, because the disease progresses slowly. There are treatments available, and the rule of thumb to treat these issues, the neuropsychiatric issues, is terms of medication, is to start at a low dose and raise it slowly and use a team approach. And then don't forget the caregivers. You need support too. It's really important. Dr. Bird, Tom Bird, has written a really great book that I recommend all people involved with HD read. He has more than 40 years of caring of people, over 1,000 families with HD, and his book tells the human story behind this illness. I can't recommend this more. It's really a great thing for families and patients who want to understand more about HD. And these are resources that hopefully everyone here knows about, the HDSA, the 988 suicide and crisis line. Again, suicide is a common issue. There's the Centers of Excellence, as you know about, and your HD care team. Thank you. Thanks. Take questions?
Thank you, Dr. Schrift. That was very thorough, and I'm hoping we can put those slides up maybe on our website.
Oh, great.
That was really informative. Questions? Yes. Okay. Can you go back to Dr.
Which
Bird's
one?
book? Can you put up the slide with Dr. Bird's book?
Oh, sure.
That one. Yes. Available at Third Place Books if you order it there. Yes.
My question is, are symptoms or disease manifestations, are they can you predict them based on what previous family members have had?
That's a good question, and that is often true. So, for example, psychosis, as I mentioned, does run in families. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So I'm sorry. That's true. That things like psychosis does run in families. So that's often predictable. So if you had a mother or father with the illness and they developed psychosis in their 20s and 30s, you might be more likely to get that. Suicide also seems to run in families as well, but it's high to begin with in anyone with HD. Other questions? Okay.
You mentioned that perseveration and OCD are very different.
They
but
are.
I presume it can show up, both could show up with
Sure, they could.
somebody with
But
HD.
the again, what's called the phenomenology is different. So again, OCD, the compulsions are triggered by obsessions, whereas in perseveration, the obsessions are absent. So that is a cardinal difference between the two.
And you would treat them differently, Dr.
You would
Schrift?
treat them differently, because perseveration doesn't respond to SSRIs. Actually, it's environmental things, like get the person to move on to a different activity, and that stops the perseveration. Meds don't work. I wish they did, but they don't. Now, often, this is part of the unfortunate aspects of the illness. As the illness moves on, apathy gets worse and worse, and the perseverations seem to follow that. They can become less frequent.
I have a question. So is this actually, is the eyes degeneration also happens? And if any issues of the eyes degenerations? Like if there's a happening, like with the older age, you could get eye degeneration more with those of the HD. And if there is any hearing loss also happens in any of this because of this.
I've had, can someone repeat the
Vision
question? I'm
changes and
sorry.
as well as the, and degenerations.
Vision, retinal disease, and hearing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's eyes degeneration happens with age, like if that increases more in the
Wants to know about if the eyes degenerate more
Well,
with
I'm not aware of
age.
that, no.
Yeah.
But certainly, other things could occur that would make the problems that someone with HD worse, right? So obviously, if you develop macular degeneration and that impairs your vision, that's going to make your perceptions worse, and it's going to make your interactions with other people worse. People with HD are not immune to the same things that occur with aging with all of us, and they're gonna have more trouble tolerating those kinds of deficits.
And we actually did do a study here. A number of folks had volunteered to look at retinal function in Huntington's disease because the animal models had suggested there were changes. And so we did actually find some changes, but those are when you examine them electrophysiologically, not necessarily functionally. Yeah. Not as part of the syndrome, yeah.
Any other questions? Yeah.
In one of the slides, you were showing the CAG repeat numbers. Are we born with those, or do they change over time?
Yeah, so this is a new finding from that study that was shown earlier, that you may be born with 43 repeats,
Yeah.
but over time in those neurons in the basal ganglia, those CAG repeats expand.
Okay.
And
is
they
that-
expand during the course of the illness. When those repeats get to 150,
Yeah.
the neuron, the brain cell, tends not to tolerate that any longer. But it continues to expand.
And is that how phases are defined, stages or phases?
Not
or-
yet, no,
Okay.
no. But it's thought to may be part of the progression of the illness.
Yeah, it's a very, if I dare I say, dynamic field right now, trying to figure out what the story is with those CAG. It's early stages, but, yeah.
Any other questions?
I like to say it's not a question, it's more of a comment for everybody here. I've been to many of these educational programs, and this has been the most sincere one that I actually lived. You put those slides up, and I can go back, and some of the people here know me. I can relate to every last one of those slides. I was a caregiver for my wife. And we talk about falls, but they don't really get into why do we worry about falls. Most people don't know that the brain shrinks in Huntington's.
Right.
So even though you don't bump your head, your brain, once it shrinks, may move inside the skull and it hits the skull.
Exactly.
My wife went through that. She had a cerebral hemorrhage 12 years ago. And after diagnosis, the doctors told her if she hadn't had Huntington's, she would have died because the blood took up that space that the brain had shrunk, so it didn't take her out. Unbeknownst, in December, she succumbed to a brain cerebral hemorrhage. And the reason I say that is, even though she didn't have a fall that I knew of, that constant, if they're moving their heads and they bump the brain,
Right.
if your loved ones complain of a headache and you know they usually don't have headaches,
Right.
you give them aspirin and they still complain of a headache, get them to the doctor.
I agree. Yeah,
And I don't mean later, I mean now.
you're right. Yeah,
'Cause
any
that-
new symptom should,
Yeah.
raise your red flag about what I mentioned before, delirium or, other medical causes that are superimposed upon HD.
And I say that because I missed that one step. I forgot all about that brain shrinking and her sitting in that chair moving, that may have caused her cerebral hemorrhage. So if it ever happens, get them to the doctor and tell them they have HD and you need a CT scan.
Well, thank you for those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, that was really important.
Thank you. Thanks.
Anyone else have a?
So I'm not sure if you can answer this, but I am curious. On the slide talking about the different stages, it showed that in stage 1 there are certain biomarkers.
Yeah, do you want me to go
And-
back to that?
Sure. And I am kind of curious, as someone who's living with HD, does it make sense to get tested for those biomarkers or to monitor them?
No, they're research tools.
Research.
It may come to fruition that they're going to, maybe say when you're going to get treatment, for the, expanding sequences or other things that people are targeting for treatment. But right now, they're research tools.
Thank you.
Sure.
Research tools and also maybe hard to interpret in a clinical setting.
Right.
Do you have a recommendation on how to deal with that word, the asagnosia, kind of a denial that?
Yeah. So one thing is not to argue with the person because it's not gonna convince them. It's part of the abnormal wiring of the brain. They're not going to realize that. So, for example, driving, right? They may not realize they can't drive anymore. And if you tell them they can't drive, they'll just be angry with you. It's best to blame some other third party, like the insurance company, Department of Motor Vehicles. They say that's why you can't drive. They're worried about you, and you have this diagnosis of HD. But they don't realize they lost the skills to drive. And so it's best not to argue with someone because you're not going to convince them otherwise. But it's a very, very common problem, and it occurs early in the illness, even in stage 1. It's not something that is a late complication; it's an early complication. People even at the time of testing don't realize they have deficits. I've been involved in genetic testing for HD for several decades now. It's common; you could see people have mild abnormal movements, and they don't realize they do, or have a personality change that they're not even aware of. They're coming for testing, and don't even think that they have HD, or hopeful that they don't.
Well, it makes treatment really difficult if
It
the
makes-
person doesn't even acknowledge that they have
Yeah.
something to deal with.
It's an extra thing to make treatment. It's already a difficult disorder with an extra problem that makes it even more difficult. Yeah.
Anyone else? And we'll have a chance to ask Dr. Schiff more questions later in the afternoon if anything else pops up. So, all right,
Thank you.
well, that was a wonderful
you.
talk. Thank you so much, Dr. Schiff. And with that, 2 hours packed of information. We have lunch available now, and it is behind us. There are boxed lunches and should have everything there, drinks and napkins, and you can have lunch here. I think we restart. I'm going to look at your Is it 1:30? We restart at 12:30, but we're also going to have a talk by Chris Becker. Is Chris here? Great, okay. So maybe we'll regroup in 5 minutes after people get their sandwiches. Okay, great, thank you. All right, hopefully everyone had a chance to grab a sandwich. I guess you don't need the escort, you can figure it out. And my pleasure to introduce Chris Becker, who is here to talk about advocacy from the HDSA. Thank you, Chris.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Becker. I am a volunteer participant in the HDSA Advocacy Leadership Program. So I am responsible for the state of Washington, Oregon, Idaho, in terms of just helping the community have meetings with our federal legislative people, so our senators and House representatives. So at the beginning of all of our meetings, we meet once a month. This is what we read, and it's kind of our creed that we support family members in claiming their own power to alter the relationships of institutions holding power. Together we create a string of wins in pursuit of our goal to improve the lives of everyone with HD and their families. The general idea being that as you get one yes, that you then proceed to get more and more yeses, that each yes is then easier than the one before it. There are several different types of advocacy that we participate in every day. So self-advocacy, that would be like what you are doing today, increasing your knowledge, working with your care team to get better or to get more information, to learn more. Individual advocacy is when you join a cause that's specific to one person. There's an NPR podcast, The Other Dr. Gilmer, which was a project that raised awareness for HD by advocating for medical care for a physician living with HD who was in prison. Ryan White, who lived with HIV/AIDS a number of years ago, is another example of individual advocacy that people participated in. And then the one that we're speaking about more specifically today is systemic advocacy. So this is the advocacy where we are dealing with our government at either the state or the local level, or federal level, excuse me. HDSA obviously being the federal level is where we do our work in terms of HDSA being involved, but that doesn't stop us from taking those lessons to the state level and having those interactions with our state representatives also. So to achieve success, we look at deploying 3 pillars. So we are looking to create awareness. That is things like today, that is talking to our members of Congress to let them know who we are and what we deal with. We're also looking, though, to drive the conversation. So this is really, oftentimes, advocacy in general can, to me at least, can be seen as 2 different things. You have the performative side of advocacy. That's where you're getting out, you are putting on a show. But then there's the substantive side of advocacy, and that's what happens behind closed doors. That's what happens when people aren't watching. That's where we're meeting with our members of Congress and where we're talking really specifically about specific things that we want to move forward. Be that a piece of legislation, a funding mechanism, and more recently, and we'll get into this a little bit later, but more recently, making sure the apparatuses of our government that are already there to help us are being utilized to their fullest extent. More specifically, I'm talking about the FDA, and that dealt with what Dr. Harding was talking about a little bit early in Unicure's kind of about face that occurred. But we will discuss that a little bit more. As advocates, we are looking at 3 kind of key areas of focuses that HDSA has us work on. Number 1 being speed of innovation, increase the access to care, and then reducing the financial burden on families. So obviously, depending on what is going on in the world at any given time, this focus, while all three are vitally important for us, this focus can shift kind of on a dime depending on what is happening in the world around us. So kind of taking a step back here real quick, how does an idea become a law? And you can kind of see on the slide here the processes, and this is kind of, basic civics class, but any member of Congress can introduce a bill during each session of Congress. Congress is in session for 2 years. So, once introduced, the bill is assigned to the appropriate committee based on what the bill is dealing with. In the House, there are 20 different committees. The Senate has 16. House members are able to serve on multiple committees. Senators can serve on one. Committee leadership determines if a bill will have a hearing and a markup. And then if the bill advances out of committee, it then goes to the floor for a vote. So even if a bill is passed in the House, but then not in the Senate, that bill does not become law, obviously then, or go to the president's desk, for his signature or their signature. So it must pass both chambers of Congress, and then if they pass differing versions of the bill, they then have to meet to reconcile the bills to then have a meeting of the minds to move forward. For us specifically in the HD community, these are the important healthcare congressional committees. So there are two different mechanisms. You have an authorizing committee, which creates maybe the new department or the funding, the new department or the new program, and then the funding committee that specifically funds that department. So both need to occur for a specific bill to become law and then for its change to be effectuated on us. So in the Senate for authorizing, you have the Finance Committee and the Help Committee, and you can see the chairs there, or in the Senate. And then the House, you have Energy and Ways and Means, and the chairs there. The Funding Committee in the Senate is Appropriations. Obviously, our own Patty Murray being now the ranking member on there. And in the House, it's the Appropriations Committee. So as we spoke about a little bit earlier, and as Dr. Harding mentioned a little bit earlier, when Unicure got differing understanding from the FDA, from what they had thought they had an agreement in place, and then in the end of 25, there was a different understanding. This changed the role that HDSA took in advocating about how that we became more than just talking about specific legislation, but also holding our congressmen and our senators to account to how these institutions were operating. So Congress provides federal funds for agencies such as the FDA. The FDA, though, then reports to the president directly on the priorities of how the president wants those agencies to operate. What HDSA advocates and advocates in lots of the rare disease space did earlier this year during Rare Disease Week is we went to our members of Congress and we said, hey, you need to hold the FDA accountable for utilizing all of the mechanisms that are already in place. This included natural histories instead of control arms for studies. And that's what we're kind of dealing with here. So we talked to our members of Congress, both Republican and Democrat across the board, and they really got into the ear of the FDA and of the administration that they weren't holding up their end of the bargain in terms of just doing what Congress had already authorized them to do many, many years ago. So this is kind of the result of your advocacy in action. So beginning in November 24 through March 25, our community has sent over 10,000 emails to members of Congress. As you can see, the numbers specifically for families dealing with HD, people specifically who have HD, or just community members in general. So we had 9 meetings. So during that August recess campaign last year, we had 64 meetings with members of Congress. On the HD Day of Action in April, we sent over 2,000 emails and had over 160 phone calls. So due to the pressure we put on the agency through our members of Congress, the director of CBER, which is the rare disease therapy arm of the FDA, was replaced, right? But this slide is out of date because due to the advocacy efforts of our community, the head of the FDA is stepping down and is being replaced. This slide is also out of date, interestingly enough. So, and I just found out about this morning. So these were the legislative focus of HDSA as of a little bit earlier this year. But as with everything in advocacy, it is always a changing landscape. It's the changing headwinds of what we're dealing with. So I was informed this morning that the one we're really going to be looking for or talking about is called the Fast Tracking Approvals for Innovative Rare Disease Therapies, the FAIR Act. Currently it's HR 7953. And so this was actually submitted earlier this year by a member of Congress from the Republican side. But what it deals with is in the rare disease space, being able to accept accreditations for a comparable international agency. So as Dr. Harding was speaking about Skyhawk and their work in Australia, that maybe then if they decide to come to the United States, if this is in place, that they can use some of that work they've already done with the Australian authorities, that we get those treatments then sooner in the rare disease space. So last year we did, here in Washington, we did get to have a meeting with our member, well, Senator Cantwell's office, a member of their office. So we had 17 people that joined us. 5 people told various stories, and we got to tell them about our legislative asks. We are working on the same thing this year, so I would invite, my contact information will be at the end. I would invite you, if you are interested, to send me an email. They like knowing ahead of time who's going to be there and what part of the state you live in. Our members of Congress do want to hear from us. They may not say much. I know the the aide we met with, I think he said maybe 4 words, but I was really proud of our members of the community for telling really powerful stories and really advancing what we wanted forward. So I would also invite you to sign up on HDSA's website for the advocacy hub, that you can get notifications when there is a new call to action that comes out. Really, they have made it very, very easy to send emails to our members of Congress. You enter in your address, it brings up who, obviously our senators are always Murray and Cantwell right now, but who your House representative is, and after just a few quick clicks, you're able then to send off an email to the member of Congress. More often than not, you're not going to hear directly back. A lot of times they are just putting down a tick mark about what's important to different constituents in their area. But what I will say is the more often you get your name in front of them, when something like the FDA comes along and all of a sudden you're reaching out really specifically, they recognize that you've written in numerous times. So even if it doesn't feel like you're doing something that's building, we are always building on it for those moments like earlier this year. So I would also invite you to join the HDSA Advocacy Leaders Program. You can email Phyllis Foxworth at HDSA. Her email will also be up at the end on a slide here in a moment. But I'd like to thank you for your time and thank you for coming out today. And if we had any questions.
Anyone have any questions for Chris about how to get involved or how things work?
On the slide where you had the advocacy hub, you said we might not hear back, but if you sign up for the alerts, I mean, you might not hear back from our congressional senator, Maria Cantwell's office, but if you sign up for the alerts, you will find out where it is in the process.
Absolutely.
And then you can follow up and say, how is that going to be implemented in our state, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Just
Yep.
for clarification.
Absolutely. And you are also free to also look up our senators and representatives' email and reach out to them even about something that isn't specific that HDSA is interested in. But if it's, not that it isn't interested in it, my apologies, but that isn't a main focus, if it's a focus to you and it's important to you, I urge you to reach out to your members of Congress. Even if it doesn't feel like things are moving forward, every little bit helps. You know, I've been doing this for a couple of years now, and the first few years definitely felt like sometimes you're just howling at the moon, right? But then in seeing changes earlier this year, it reinforced the idea that we really are moving the ball forward. That if we're not involved, if we're not making our voices heard, nothing's ever going to change for us. If we don't put ourselves out there and just hope that someone will make that change for us, we have to be brave enough, and fortunately a lot of people were, and I'm really proud to be a part of that.
Yeah, I want to build on what you were saying, because if you're shy, if you don't know what to write, they've got a letter already there written for you, and all you have to do is put your name, your email, and your zip code, and the letter's there. You could tweak it, but they make it very, very easy, so I totally agree with you. And also, yes, put your face out there. I haven't been involved as much as I have because we've got this perfect person right here, Chris, doing it. But I remember going to my very first time on the Hill and walking through the halls of Congress there, and I met our representative at the time was Denny Heck, and once he came back to Olympia, you know, I happened to see his wife in the hall at the supermarket. She goes, "Oh, I remember you. My husband told me all about you," and it was like, oh my gosh, you know. So they remember your face, especially your representative. But and then also with the Senator Murray's person, I can't remember his name now. When we popped up on the screen, because at the time it was Zoom, he goes, "Oh, there you are again," you know. So I hope I am the pain in their butt because I want them to remember me. And I was mentioning to this young lady here that when they're talking about Huntington's disease, I want them to close their eyes and see my face, see your face, because it matters to us.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks so much, Chris. That's really useful.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And now we'll just have we have a few minutes before we're going to hear from Michael. We'll get started. We have about a 10-minute break.
Yo. Oh, it's on the browser? Okay. Okie doke. How do I, oh, never mind. Presenter view. Beautiful. There we go. Right, just throw this. Is this one right? Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and throw that up there. 11 for full screen. And there you go. All right, no problem. I mean, I don't know if you're going to be actually using the clicker or not, if you're going to be walking around on the stage or.
Probably not.
Oh, okay. You just break it.
Yeah, I'll probably stay here.
And there you go. There's the mic. Okie doke.
In case you hadn't heard, if you have any questions for the docs, there are sheets of paper, little squares of paper, and there should be pencils at your table. And just write them down and we'll collect them afterwards. It can be totally anonymous. So we'll get started in a minute or two.
There's, oh, you didn't get a cookie in your box? You can have my cookie. I have a cookie in my box. No, you should have yours. No, I have, my boyfriend's having his birthday tonight, so I'm gonna get cake. So I don't need a cookie.
Great. You can, why don't, here, I'll take it, and then, yeah, go ahead and you can leave your questions at the table, and we will come around and pick them up. Yeah, you can leave them on that table. Okay, so we will get started. And it's my pleasure to introduce Michael Stovarsky. Michael is a genetic counselor who's been with the HD Clinic for a number of years and is going to give some really useful insight about genetic counseling. I think, we haven't talked about counseling for a number of years here at the symposium, and given that landscape is sort of changing, there may be new questions that come up, but we'll go over some basics and also have opportunity for questions. So thank you, Michael.
All right. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Michael, or you'll hear a lot of people call me Mickey. I've been at UW Medical Center Adult Genetics Clinic for almost 5 years. And I don't have a slide for this, but as I was sitting listening to the presenters before me, like out in the crowd with you all and thinking about my own slides and some of the comments and questions that came up, I just really want to take a moment to thank everyone who's here for being here. It's incredibly brave to directly confront something that causes a lot of anxiety and fear and uncertainty. And pretty much everything I've learned about genetic counseling for Huntington's disease, I've learned from talking to people going through this experience. I, did get my master's in genetic counseling, but it didn't come with any specific training for Huntington's disease beyond, maybe a couple slides in a lecture. And so pretty much everything I've learned about how to talk about Huntington's disease, the lived experiences of everyone, I've learned from talking to people and people being vulnerable and sharing their experiences with me. So I just want to thank everybody for that. I'm going over a lot of different topics today. My sort of thought was to touch on any aspect that could or that I try to address in a first genetic counseling session when I first meet somebody in our clinic. So first I'm going to talk today about what is a genetic counselor, what you would expect at a genetic counseling appointment. I'm going to briefly glide over the genetics of Huntington's disease since both Dr. Harding and Dr. Schrift also talked about that. So I'll just breeze on through that, or maybe we'll have a quiz or something, see what you guys remember from this morning. And then talk a little bit about, what is it that I have people considering or thinking about when they come to see me before they get genetic testing, or if they're in the process of getting genetic testing, or maybe, this is a new diagnosis in the family and they're just trying to figure out what the next steps are. Okay, so first off, what is genetic counseling? So I have up here the definition from the National Society of Genetic Counselors, and I have highlighted that really my job and my role is to try to help people understand and adapt to the medical, psychological, and familial implications of the genetic contributions of a disease. So at any point when I'm meeting with somebody, not only trying to make sure they know what it is they're being tested for, but what could be the implications of that test result. And part of what I really try to do in this particular space is, what are your goals with the genetic testing? Is the genetic testing actually going to help you meet those goals? So as part of that, I try to do education about how is this passed down in a family, how does the testing work, what will it look like if you're positive as far as your medical management, are there preventative things we can do, what kind of resources or research is available, and to make sure that you are making an informed choice. So I'm not here to tell you whether you should get tested or not get tested. My job is to make sure that you make the best decision for you and that I give you all the information you need to make that decision. And then this doesn't apply as much to Huntington's disease, but a lot of times when we're trying to figure out what's going on in a family, I'm taking a family history and taking the clues about who had what and when to figure out, what's going on, what disease could this be. So there's different types of genetic counseling that can happen in the HD space. Sometimes I'm meeting people after they've already developed symptoms, or maybe they're the first person diagnosed in a family, so they had genetic testing, maybe not necessarily through our clinic, but through a neurology clinic. So a lot of times that's involving a lot of education, a lot of talking to family members about what does this mean for them. Most of my time, if you're meeting with me, is spent on pre-symptomatic genetic testing. So people who know that Huntington's is in their family and are considering testing before they have symptoms. Something that I don't do, but am going to talk a little bit about at the end of my presentation today is prenatal genetic testing and pre-implantation genetic testing. So that's not something I'm doing in our clinic, but it is something that people who are genetic counselors do, and something that people in families with Huntington's disease might go through for a variety of reasons. Okay, so in the pre-symptomatic genetic testing process, the HDSA has a recommended protocol. It's available on their website, written out, also with great details about things to consider if you're getting genetic testing. So I highly recommend if you're thinking about genetic testing, to review that. Our actual clinic protocol differs a little bit from that, but really the idea is there's multiple points of contact that we have before someone even decides to get tested. And then after testing is completed, that we stay in contact with you. So most of the time their telephone contact is usually with Debbie Olson, our scheduler, who I'm sure most of you have come in contact with if you've come to our clinic. And she kind of gives an overview of what things are going to look like. And then people meet with either me or Emma Snyder or Lauren Purrier. They're two other genetic counselors in our clinic who counsel about Huntington's disease. And in that first visit, it's kind of like what I'm going to go over today, all of the potential things we could talk about. And just to kind of depending on who I'm meeting and what their goals are, and where they're coming from, what their experience with Huntington's is, I might spend a lot of time on the science. I might spend a lot of time talking about how someone's feeling and how they're coping. We might spend a lot of time, just kind of talking about, what are the considerations? Have you thought about how you're going to talk to your family about this? So just kind of depending on where someone's coming from, I might spend more time on one topic or another. But my goal at the end of that visit is to make sure I've covered all the basic information and to make sure that you have at least some support going through this process. And if I have any concerns that, maybe this isn't the best timing, or the person I'm meeting doesn't have the support they need to hear this test result, we talk about strategies, and I try to give resources to make sure that they have what they need to meet the goals. The second visit is a physical exam and review of anything that came up in the first visit, and a blood draw for the genetic testing if someone wants to move forward. We do have people who kind of stay in that second visit process. Maybe they're not ready to get tested, but they want to just stay in touch with us. And so they come every 1 or 2 years just to stay in touch, see what's going on, get an exam, make sure that there's nothing coming up on their exam. Assuming someone gets their blood drawn, they have a third visit where we disclose their results. And if there's any post follow-up needed, we kind of arrange what that's going to look like. And then I try to we usually follow up on a positive result every 2 to 3 months later with another visit. Sometimes I'll call people sooner if I have any concerns or feel like they need talk a little bit more about their results. Okay, so I've already touched on this a little bit. What am I trying to do in a genetic counseling visit? So I'm taking a personal history. This includes what are your medical conditions? What are your current health concerns? Are you concerned that you're having symptoms? I kind of take a mental health history. I don't do a formal mental health assessment with any kind of specific survey, but trying to get an idea of what does your mental health picture look like right now? Why is testing important to you right now? What does your support system look like? Is there a history of mental health problems that are being addressed or aren't being addressed? And also the social history. So how has HD played a role in your dynamic? What do you do for work? Is that a concern? Is this diagnosis going to change your career path? Are you family planning? What's sort of going on? The family history really just gives me an idea of what is your lived experience with Huntington's disease. What is the family dynamic? What does your support system look like? I always try to cover what is Huntington's disease, even when I have people come in who are clearly experts on Huntington's disease, because one of the biggest things that I've experienced is that there's a lot of misconceptions about Huntington's disease, even of people who know a lot about it, and part of that is because everyone's lived experience is different, and also because there's misconceptions even within the medical community about Huntington's disease that people are taught by other doctors, and so I try to cover what is Huntington's disease to make sure that those aren't perpetuated and that everyone knows exactly what they're being tested for. I talk about the genetics of Huntington's disease, and then one of my biggest goals of a session is to try to figure out why you want genetic testing, especially if you're pre-symptomatic. Really the main driver is whoever is getting tested, what is their goal? It's more about their mental capacity because it has to do with information, right? Knowing the information sooner isn't going to change your medical care, but it could change your outlook on life or how you plan for the future. So I want to know, what are you going to do with this information if from a medical perspective, we can't really do a lot with the information. And then we'll kind of go over the pros and cons of testing and make sure everyone kind of has their ducks in a row. So now I'm going to very breeze over this because I think we might all, I think, have a handle on this fact based on what we've learned this morning. But I spend time telling people what Huntington's disease is, and I describe it as there being 3 major symptom categories, which is the movements, issues with thinking, executive function, and changes in mood and personality. So I think Dr. Schrift did a great job today talking about how the changes in mood and thinking can happen and present in different people. And then we didn't really talk about chorea specifically today, but I think we're all familiar with the changes in movement and balance and coordination. And that the signs can happen at any time. I think a big misconception that I've experienced in the medical community has been, well, once you're past age 60 and you haven't had symptoms, you're in the clear. And I've had young people come to me and be like, yeah, I went through IVF and they knew about this family history, and I had my doctor tell me, oh, you don't need to get tested. You don't need to test an embryo for this because your dad is 65 and he hasn't had symptoms, so he's not going to get it. And then later they do get symptoms, so that's a big one. And that even within the same family, not everybody presents exactly the same way. So there can be similarities in families, but people can also be vastly different, even with the same family and even with the same repeat number. Dr. Harding talked about this already in great detail. So what causes Huntington's disease is this trinucleotide repeat expansion in the Huntington gene. So what you're seeing here is just kind of a different representation of what she showed earlier, but that we all have DNA that's packed into packages called chromosomes that's stored in the nucleus of our cells. And within our DNA, there is a gene called the Huntington's gene that has this CAG repeat that repeats over and over, and that number of repeats determines if you're going to develop Huntington's disease or not. We talked about this already, but here's just another picture of that repeat number, and what number you actually fall into will determine if you develop Huntington's, if you're at risk, or if you will definitely develop Huntington's at some point. I wanted to just talk about, because I think this is not something I actually typically talk about when I do genetic counseling, but I think it's interesting, and I don't know how many people know this, but the actual method in which we test for Huntington's disease on a lab level. So there's 2 steps. One is PCR amplification. So the blood is collected at that second visit, and they extract the DNA, and what they actually do is they start by amplifying it. So we need a bunch of DNA. We want to get a bunch of DNA so that we have a lot to test. I'm not going to actually walk through all of this, but the idea is they denature the DNA, so it's double-stranded. They split those 2 strands up, and then they put in building blocks with what they call a primer, so a sequence that attracts the building blocks to basically get the DNA sequence to repeat itself over and over and over and over again, using really the same method, the same biology and chemistry that your body uses to create new cells. But we're doing it in a lab level, and we're just doing DNA. So then we get a targeted amplification or replication of the Huntington's gene. So even if we got, say, 1,000 copies of the Huntington's gene from your blood sample, now we have 10,000 copies that we're going to test for. And then the actual testing method is using this electrophoresis, which, I don't know, I know for me, I think I did this in like AP Bio in high school, but I'm not sure how many people would have actually done this, but it involves like an actual gel sheet. And it uses the fact that molecules have weight and they have charge. So you might remember that from like high school chemistry, that like molecules have charge and even like proteins have charge, and that's how they fold. So this is using the fact that your DNA has weight and has charge to separate the CAG repeats that are higher versus the CAG repeats that are lower to give you a CAG repeat count, and comparing it to a known, what they call a ladder. So this image over here on the very left shows in the orange a ladder. So that's a DNA sequence where we already know the lengths of everything, and then we compare each sample to that to determine what the CAG repeat length is. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this in the lab, so it's definitely not my expertise and something I haven't talked about in a long time, but I also think is something I thought you might all find interesting. Okay. This was also covered earlier in Dr. Harding's presentation. Another big misconception that I sometimes hear from patients is like, oh, well, only the men in my family are affected, or only the women in my family are affected. But Huntington's is actually autosomal dominant, so it doesn't matter if you're male or female. If you have Huntington's or you carry the gene for Huntington's disease, an expanded copy, there's a 50-50 chance that you pass it down to any child. So it's like a coin flip. And it's not like if you have two kids, one will have it and one won't. It's a coin flip for each conception. Okay. So I actually copied this from Robin Bennett's handout. She was a genetic counselor at UW before me. She's actually retiring this year from the UW Genetic Counseling Training Program. But if any of you are interested in this booklet, I do think it's on our website. But the idea that I've been asked at this education event, should I get genetic testing for Huntington's disease? And it's a really, really personal question, and I spend at least an hour meeting with somebody before they can really even start to make that decision. And sometimes I meet with people multiple times over multiple years. Most of the people who come to me have been thinking about testing for years, or at least wanting testing for years and waiting for the right time. So it's very, very personal, and members of the same family will differ. There's a lot of complicated dynamics that can go into when to get tested, why to get tested, who you decide to share your test results with. Yeah. So what I wanted to do here actually was have us all create a word cloud with these prompts, but I couldn't get the word cloud link to work. So maybe we'll just all think quietly, because I'm not going to make anybody, put anybody on the spot to shout out anything. But just think about for a moment these questions that I would ask you to ask yourself if you're considering testing. Why would you want to know about your genetic status? What are some reasons you would want to know? Why might someone not want to know? What resources are most helpful to you during this process? What kind of support would you want? What kind of information would you need? What emotions might come up before, like while you're thinking about testing? What emotions might come up like while you're in the testing process, which, I talked through those multiple appointments, and a lot of times this appointment process is months and months. So you're going through this process for months. And then after learning your genetic status, we don't know if you're going to be positive or negative. How are you going to feel if you're positive? How are you going to deal with those feelings? How are you going to feel if you're negative? What is going to change in your life based on these results? Are you going to sell your house and travel the world? Are you going to quit your job? Are you going to have kids? Are you going to not have kids? Or will nothing change? And really, this is just kind of the next step in your life to learn this information. And what are some practical considerations like that you use to make decisions, or things you might want to know before getting tested? Putting your ducks in a row from a practical standpoint. And this is what the word cloud was supposed to be, this link. It was really fun. I made this when I made these slides. I thought it was going to be really cool, but I couldn't get it to work. So these are the things that I came up with and are in some of the resources I was looking at making these slides. So what are some things you might want to think about as you're thinking about genetic testing? How will this process or your result affect your relationships? So your relationship with your significant other, relationships with your at-risk and not at-risk family members, like your children. Have you talked to your children about this? Your extended family, your friends, your work colleagues. Is this going to affect your work? Who have you decided to tell? Why have you decided not to tell them? I've talked to various families that have chosen different ways to disseminate this information or not disseminate this information among family members. I have my own personal opinion about what I think has worked best for most families, but I also think that I don't have the right and no one has the right to tell somebody they need to share personal health information with anyone. Do you have professional support? Are you in therapy? Are you in counseling? I think in this day and age, most people are in therapy or counseling just to get through our life. But especially if you are in a family with Huntington's disease, even if you aren't at risk, often need extra professional support. Are you going to be making career decisions based on this genetic testing result? I've had people go both camps. I've had people say, I really want this test because maybe I don't want to go to medical school, like spend a ton of time in medical school if I'm maybe only going to be able to work till I'm 50. But I've also had other people go, I want to make sure that I really shoot for what I want if I can only do this until I'm 50. So people can take the same test result and the same consideration and make very different decisions about how it's going to affect them. A couple of those practical decisions to think about is insurance. Have you thought about how your test results might affect your eligibility for certain insurance? I have a couple slides on that later. Financial planning in general. I've had young people who see the downstream effects of people who were unprepared in their family and want to make different decisions about their finances, or even just people who are like, we have a lot of different things we're thinking about with this testing, but one of them is buying a house, and I want to know if I can buy a one-story house or a two-story house. Do I need to be thinking about stairs? Do I need to be thinking about access to public transportation? Like very, very practical things, not just in financial planning, but in life planning. People are often getting genetic testing because they want to family plan, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later too. Some more like emotional aspects. Do you think you have Huntington's disease? I think most people that I meet, young people that I meet, who are are pre-symptomatic, already are living with, I have Huntington's disease. And that's a big driver in why they want to get tested, because they're like, at this point, I already feel like I have it. I'm already planning my life as if I have it, but I don't actually know if I have it. So wouldn't it be better if I knew for sure and was making these decisions for a real reason and not just because I'm afraid I might have it. And then also, I've had the opposite thing, I guess not the opposite, but people who really believe they have Huntington's disease and then test negative and have that be a huge impact on their life in the sense that now they've sort of lost their direction. They thought their life was going a very specific direction. They thought that they only had this certain amount of time and their life was going to look this way. And suddenly it's not anymore. And that can still take an emotional toll as well. What kind of coping strategies do you have or want to develop for hearing these results? How have you dealt with difficult situations or making difficult decisions in the past? And then the timing of genetic testing. So I tell a lot of people, this testing option, the ability to get tested is not going to go away. We don't have control over your test results, but we have control over when and how you receive them. That's one of the reasons we have this multi-step process too, is to at least slow things down and give you as much control as possible over who is there, what state of your life you're in, what time of year it is. I don't want you coming in on your birthday getting your test results. Or a lot of times people, and again, people use this in different ways. Like I always go, holidays sometimes are really hard because your family's around a lot, and then you have to share this with them, and maybe you're not ready, and it's also then associated with the holidays. But I've also had people be like, I really want to do this during the holidays because my family will be around, and we can celebrate, and we can, have different distractions. And so everyone kind of has their own reasoning. But I want people to have thought about it and think about, how do you want to receive this information? I think a lot of people who have struggled with mental health problems in the past for a variety of reasons will come to me and show me and tell me about all of the work that they've done to improve their mental health, and knowing that they are now finally in a place where they can hear these results and that it's time. And I always really admire that, because they're not just doing the work because of this, they're doing the work to improve their quality of life overall. And that this, although is going to be another challenge, is another step in improving their quality of life, like learning this information so they can make decisions about the future. Okay, so I know I was going to talk about insurance. My next few slides are really text heavy, and I'm sorry about that, but I wanted this information to be available to you all. So what I usually talk about in my session is the Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act. So this is a federal law. It was enacted in 2008. It's not a part of the Affordable Care Act, so I know there's been threats on the Affordable Care Act. This is not a part of that. But it protects an individual against discrimination based on their genetic information when it comes to their health insurance and when it comes to their employment. So this specifically applies to people who do not have symptoms yet of Huntington's disease but have tested positive. So your health insurance, once you've tested positive for Huntington's disease, can't use that as a pre-existing condition, cannot deny you coverage based on that, anything like that. If an employer were to find out that you have tested positive for Huntington's disease, but you don't have symptoms or it's not affecting your work, they're not allowed to use that in hiring or firing purposes. I do tell people I don't suggest advertising any of your health conditions to your work because you don't want to end up in a lawsuit situation, but technically this is a federal law that protects you. The only time this does not apply is for active duty military members. So if you're in active duty military, they can use genetic information to discriminate in hiring and firing and promotional purposes. But GINA does not protect your right to obtain any other kind of insurance. And the three that I talk about the most is life, long-term care, and disability insurance. So those are the three that I talk about the most as this is what you should try to get at a minimum before you get genetic testing, because once you test positive, it's pretty much impossible to get any kind of coverage for these. And if in the state of Washington especially, and if you work for a large company, you can get a lot of these through your work, and that's definitely the easiest way to get at least some coverage. To share a little bit about me, I have life insurance through UW. It is $2,000. So, I don't have any dependents, but what I tell people is if I did, I might want a little bit better coverage than that. And that's when, because they have to offer you something, because it's by state law that they have to offer you something, they're not asking questions about my health, they're not asking questions about my family history. That's why it's only $2,000. But if I were to go and say, hey, I want a better life insurance policy, or go to a private company, that's when they're potentially going to ask questions about, have you had genetic testing? Is there Huntington's disease in your family? Do you have any other health conditions? So it can be a long, I find that most people tell me getting insurance is the worst part of the whole pre-symptomatic testing process, because it's just difficult no matter what, much less if you have a family history of Huntington's. I'm not going to talk about these a ton just because I honestly don't know a lot about them. I did take this from the HDSA's website on other insurances to consider before you get tested. So that's the resource I would suggest you go to. But this just describes different kinds of insurance you might want to consider if you are going to get genetic testing for Huntington's disease and what it covers. So we talked about life insurance, what I have. If I were to die, my beneficiaries would not get much, but my beneficiaries are cats, so it's okay. Accident insurance, hospital insurance if you need to stay in the hospital, critical care insurance, and then long-term care insurance, which can be really helpful in the future, if you do test positive for Huntington's disease, a lot of people will be utilizing their long-term care insurance policy because it does cover assistance for daily activities or staying in like a long-term care facility, which is something that some people might need if at some point when they develop Huntington's. Okay, family planning. I know that this is originally what most people, or like what we kind of thought we were going to spend a lot of time on today. And I will admit, it's not necessarily my area of expertise because I haven't been in a prenatal setting since my training. But I'm going to give a little information about pre-implantation genetic testing mostly, and then I'm happy to answer any questions you all have about other options. But these are the family planning options I talk about just in broad strokes with people when they first meet me, if that's something they're thinking about and why they want to get genetic testing, because I might want to have a family in the future. I don't want to pass this down, or I would do IVF if I have this, or even I do have people tell me, but based on my experience as a child of someone with Huntington's disease, if I test positive, I probably won't have any children. Which is always also an option. So there's a few different things. One is I would always recommend prenatal genetic counseling. There are genetic counselors in OBGYN settings or high-risk fertility clinics who actually counsel about this kind of thing full-time. If somebody is pregnant and they want genetic testing for something that runs in their family and it's known in their family, there are a couple options to test an active pregnancy. The one that can be done the most accurate one that can be done the earliest is chorionic villus sampling. So this is a biopsy of the placenta. It can be done between 10 to 12 weeks. That's an estimate, kind of depends on the fertility or on the OBGYN that's doing it. Sometimes they can do it a little earlier. That number can be different just depending on where you are and who's doing it. But the placenta is made from the same cells as a fetus. And so the idea is that you can test the placenta and see if they have the expanded Huntington's gene. Amniocentesis is done a little bit later. It's slightly more accurate than CVS, and I won't get into why, but I'm happy to answer that if someone's interested. But it actually tests the skin cells of the fetus that are being sort of sloughed off in the amniotic fluid. So it is a biopsy of the amniotic fluid in the uterus. It's done a little bit later, and it's slightly more accurate. And so they can also test for that, for the expanded Huntington's gene in that sample as well. I put cell-free DNA on here with a question mark because as I was writing this, I didn't know if this was an option for Huntington's disease yet, but I could see it be one in the future. So cell-free DNA is now being done if anyone has had a friend or family member, has been pregnant recently, maybe have been offered something called NIPS or NIPT. And this is a blood draw where they will test for like Down syndrome and other genetic diseases that are caused by an extra or missing chromosome. And they also test for the genetic sex of the baby. This is being expanded now to include other genetic conditions, monogenetic conditions like Huntington's disease. And the reason I put the question mark here is because I don't think it's actually available for Huntington's disease yet, but I could see that very well be in the near future. So a blood test that would look at that genetic change and see if it exists in the fetal DNA that is floating around in mom's blood. So those are all options for someone who's actively pregnant. The CVS and amniocentesis, the two that are currently available, both have potential risks, such as infection and even losing the pregnancy. And because, I don't really talk about this in this presentation today, but we don't test kids for Huntington's disease. We wait until they're 18 so that they can make their own decision about whether this information they want to know. And that is the standard right now to preserve autonomy, and also because there's no medical intervention we can do in childhood to prevent or slow down Huntington's disease yet. So there's a lot of, if somebody were to come in with an active pregnancy and wanted to test it for Huntington's disease, the idea is that you would make pregnancy continuation decisions based on that result. Because knowing that your baby is positive and then continuing the pregnancy is kind of the same as like testing a 5-year-old or testing a 2-year-old and taking away their autonomy to learn themselves when they're older, and could potentially change the trajectory of their whole childhood if you as a parent know that they're going to get Huntington's disease in the future. So trying to preserve some of that innocence, trying to preserve their autonomy as much as possible. So the people that are being offered CVS and amnio are typically people who would decide to terminate a pregnancy based on the result. So not an option that everybody wants to take. I'll talk about pre-implantation genetic testing in a minute. The other two options I talk about is adoption. Adoption has its own hurdles. Even without a family history of Huntington's disease, some adoption agent, it's still expensive, it can still be difficult. And then if you are at risk for Huntington's disease or have a family history, some adoption agencies do ask about your family history of health conditions and wondering about, placing a child in a family that has Huntington's disease. And that has been a barrier for some families. I think that's a bit of a moving target. And I don't have any personal experience with that, but it is something that I have heard from families that it can be difficult. The other option is using an egg or a sperm donor. So using a donated gamete from whatever side of the family the Huntington's was from, or maybe even from a family member who's tested negative, that way to prevent passing it on to a child. Again, sorry, really text heavy. But this just describes what is pre-implantation genetic testing. I do have actually a picture on the next one, so you don't have to read through the whole thing. But PGTM, or pre-implantation genetic testing for monogenetic diseases, so this is different than other kinds of PGT. There are other kinds of genetic conditions that can be tested for in the pre-implantation process. It varies greatly between clinics. So a lot of times people ask me, how much is it going to cost? How long would it take? How exactly does the testing work? It totally depends on what kind of clinic you're going to and what testing facility they're actually using for the embryos. So the first thing you want to do is find an IVF clinic or fertility clinic and talk to them about what it means. The availability of pre-implantation genetic testing does not guarantee a pregnancy. IVF is not always successful, and a lot of embryos won't grow big enough to even consider IVF. Or you might have embryos and all of them test positive for Huntington's disease. So you might not always have an option. It's not always successful. And PGTM decreases the risk of having a child with Huntington's, but doesn't completely reduce it to zero. It's very expensive. It's often not covered by insurance, especially in the state of Washington, unfortunately, unless you, good luck with people who work for Microsoft and Amazon. Way to go. They've got great insurance. They get IVF covered. And then family member samples might be needed to do the IVF process, the pre-implantation genetic testing process. So this is just sort of a map of how it works. So the pre-PGTM checkup, going to the fertility clinic and actually seeing, are there also other factors that might be affecting your fertility? Going through the IVF process, which involves hormone injections to develop eggs, and then the eggs are collected from the ovaries. They're fertilized in a lab setting, and then ideally, you have actually a blastocyst grow to a few cells big. I think it's like 10 or 15 cells big, and they'll sample a few of those cells, and then they perform genetic testing on those cells. And this is the other reason I talked a little bit about that amplification process at the beginning, because they're using a similar amplification process in this. And because we're working with so little DNA, we don't have the advantage of that blood draw where we get thousands of cells. They're literally working with DNA from like 5 cells, maybe less. There is a chance of something called allele dropout, which basically means that amplification process had an error in it in such a way that it sort of missed the expanded Huntington's gene. And so if you just did the Huntington's repeat expansion testing, it would look like that embryo was negative. And so this is why often they ask for family members to contribute, because they're able to look at markers surrounding the gene as well and test for those. And that way, even if, and I have a picture of this since I'm talking about it. That way, even if embryo looks like it's negative for HD, it doesn't have, has a normal number of repeats, but it has the same markers surrounding it as the people in the family with Huntington's disease, they can go, oh, this actually is probably a product of allele dropout. So no, it's really complicated. This is actually the same method they used to discover genes a long time ago. It's called linkage analysis, but they're still using it today in the PGTM process. basically to test for that very specific complication. A couple other things. Non-disclosure PGTM is also possible. Because IVF is so expensive, a lot of times people won't want to do this. But technically, if you have available family members, especially family members who are positive for Huntington's disease, who are willing to give a sample, a lot of times you can go through PGTM and IVF without learning your own genetic status. There's some pros and cons to this process. Again, cost being one of them. Also, IVF is difficult physically on the female person and the person who's actually going through hormone treatment. And there's always a possibility that your genetic status could be revealed. So it's not a perfect process, but it is technically available at some fertility centers. And then this is a resource, this is a grant program to help fund PGT and IVF for families with Huntington's disease. So this is something you can apply for if you're interested. Okay. I just wanted to include some general resources that I also just used to create this presentation today. I used the information on our own website, which was, a lot of that information on there was developed by Lauren Brown, who was the genetic counselor who gave this presentation last time, and Robin Bennett, whose name is, who I mentioned earlier. I got a lot of my resources from the HDSA. All of their information is always wonderful, and I love sharing that resource with people who come to meet me. And then this is a booklet this is the cover of a booklet that Robin Bennett also wrote, that I got a lot of my information from and used to train myself to do genetic counseling for Huntington's disease. Things to think about, what to ask, the genetics, all of that. And this is available, I think, on our website if anyone's interested in it. Okay. I think that's everything. I know I went over a lot of various things today. Does anyone have any questions? Hold on, Sumi.
Hold on one second.
Hold on, yeah.
Thank you. You mentioned cell-free DNA testing. What stage of pregnancy would that take place?
It's a good question that I might not remember the answer to, but it is the earliest possible one. So they can do it earlier than CVS. They can definitely do it earlier than 10 weeks, but I'm not, off the top of my head, can't remember how early they can do it. But it can be done quite early. Like I said, I'm not totally sure that that test has been developed for Huntington's disease, but I know it's been developed for other monogenetic conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
It's maybe a ways away. Yes. And a reminder to write questions down for everything else, and we'll come pick them up.
So I have questions for the testing. I think you mentioned there is a very high cost for the testing. If somebody doesn't have the resources and the financial help, then is there any other resources available? Because sometimes insurance could deny testing or doing that kind of thing. Testing with the IF and
So the cost for the IVF with pre-implantation genetic testing is often not covered, but like the testing that I talked about in the beginning, as far as like testing, germline testing for Huntington's disease is typically covered by insurance. And it's not terribly expensive either. I think right now the cost at our lab is like $300 to $400. Does that answer your question or no? Sorry.
Second part of the question. And once you know that, the baby is could develop HD, and at what stage, then the baby has to be dropped at how many weeks?
Are you asking at what timing we would terminate, or? So it depends on what state you're in, because it depends on state law. I don't actually know the state law for Washington. I imagine, I'm racking my brain from 5 years ago, which I was trained in Ohio, not here. But ideally, I think it's like 20 to 21 weeks. You want to do it, termination usually needs to happen before then, because after that, pregnancy becomes viable. But I don't actually, does anyone happen to know the state law? I do not know it.
Who knows, those things change.
Yeah, those things change too. So yeah, it depends on the state you're in, and I don't happen to know off the top of my head, sorry about that.
Yeah. So third part of the question is like, is there any instances where you found that, okay, the baby, the diagnosis might have revealed, okay, that the baby will be like a diagnosed HD with the HD, but actually it was not because you mentioned something that, okay, because wrong gene was they were collecting?
So you're asking, like, is there a way they could test positive for HD but then not actually have it?
That's correct.
Yeah, I think that's really incredibly unlikely. I don't want to say impossible because I don't like to say impossible, but it's the mechanism that I talked about where like an embryo would test negative for Huntington's disease. Like the mechanism in which that happens has to do with a loss of DNA, not a gain of DNA. And so I don't see a way that it would test, there could be a false positive. I guess, like if they suspect allele dropout, if they suspect that that phenomenon happens, that could always be like a false positive. Like that they looked at the data and they think that it's a false negative and they could be wrong about that. But I don't see a way that they could get a true false positive. I don't know if that made sense. I can try again. I talked about the way in which we can get a false negative from pre-implantation genetic testing because when the DNA was being amplified, it didn't amplify it quite right, and it lost a bunch of DNA. And so I could see a situation where when they were looking at the genetic data that they would suspect that that happened and then be wrong, and that it was, truly a negative embryo. But because of the mechanism in which that allele dropout happens, having a false positive would not happen that way. So I don't see a way there'd be a false positive. I think also a lot of the tests are designed they're less worried about false positives and more worried about false negatives, right? Because of your goal for pre-implantation genetic testing, a lot of the screenings they're using are designed to weed out false negatives, not really false positives as much.
Okay, thank you so much, Michael.
Thank you,
and,
everyone.
Right next. Next, EJ. Is EJ aware? Okay. EJ is going to introduce us to some of the information about support groups and
Hi, this was not planned, obviously. I noticed many of you are brand new to HD and your journey, and there are some support groups that are available. So if you go to our website, which is HDS, hold on, I just went backwards. Do we have the website on one of the links? It's washington.hdsa.org, and just look up support groups. They're available for the Washington area. There's one in Seattle. These are all online, so you don't even have to leave the comfort of your home. You can wear your PJs. There's one that meets tomorrow, or Monday. It's 6 to 7:30, and that's for anyone in the Seattle area. There's a virtual one also for caregivers, and there's one for, of course, the folks with HD. Let me go to my next page. Idaho, Portland, and Montana. So if any of those areas, or if you're interested in getting involved in a support group, you don't even have to say anything. You can just listen and ask questions to whatever questions that you may have. It's all confidential, so any information that you share will not be shared outside of your support group. So if you're interested, I have the information on my little iPhone. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we've got one on Monday if you're interested. We've got a very robust group of, I think, 8 people. So we would love to have you. And if we get too big, of course, we can always split it out. So come to me if you have any questions. Oh, right. You don't even have to be in Washington. Right. Because you could be in Idaho or Portland or, East Coast. We had one woman from Virginia one time. She was up at 3 in the morning. Anyway, so if you're interested, please let me know. There's one that says it's in person, and I believe that's where did it go? That's one in Spokane. Most of them are virtual, so that's the beauty of it, yeah. But there are some that are in person, and I think only one.
And are there folks from Southern Washington, Northern Oregon around here? Yeah, okay, great, and Lauren can, their group is quite active. They have get-togethers and things, and maybe Lauren can, I don't know if off the cuff you want to tell.
Yeah, no worries. We have a care partner support group the first Wednesday of every month. I think it's about 6:30, and it's run by our social worker, Rachel Lynn. And then we also have a Team Hope Walk every year, and occasionally a social gathering as well. So usually HDSA is really good about posting those events online, but yeah, definitely the care partner support group is quite active. So.
Thank you.
If there are people that are interested, I'm happy to pass on names to our social worker so that she can send an email. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Well, what we're going to do then is have our panel join us, and as we're getting up there, I'll introduce two folks who have not spoken yet. Three. Are you going to bring us lights? Okay. A little bit. Okay. Let me. Oh, great. Okay. So let me introduce everyone. Yes, sir. No, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. So from your right, we have you just met Michael, genetic counselor. I don't know, I'm yelling at this thing. Okay. And then we have Lauren Tallman, who's an HD doc from Portland. And we have Pinky Agarwal, who we haven't introduced yet. So Pinky is a doc at Evergreen and runs their trials program, and also has, I should note, information about the Enroll study as well. That's in the back. So there are a couple of Enroll sites, Evergreen and UW, and we all do the same thing, just different locations. And of course, you met Dr. Michael Schrift, and we have Faylene Hansen, our social worker, and Jen Betros, our HD nurse. So with that, we can start with some questions. I have one here. Can you discuss how soon family caregivers should plan for care in late-stage Huntington's disease? Is in-home care viable, and what are the options? Complex questions. We can start with how soon should family caregivers plan for care in late-stage HD? Go ahead, Dr. Agarwal.
So really, the earlier one plans, I think the better it is, especially if one is looking for financial resources. As we know, Medicare health insurance does not pay for caregiving help at home. Medicaid does. Medicaid generally, and social work may have more to add than I do, but generally they have a 5-year look-back period. So if one has to kind of get their finances in place so that Medicaid can help with caregiving resources, then one has to start planning early. So it does help. It can be tricky if one is genetically positive, then to get long-term insurance. So some people will buy long-term insurance before they have any kind of genetic testing. So really, there's a whole financial component of strategizing how to pay for their care. And healthcare, just paying for healthcare, if one has to do that, there are healthcare agencies, but it can be very expensive. It can be about like $50 an hour, $35 to $50 an hour. So oftentimes people, rather than going through an agency, will try to network with, say, nursing agencies that work, so that there are students who are in training, nursing students who are in training, or LPNs who are in training. So people who are in the health, aiming for a career in healthcare field, and they want hands-on experience. If you work directly with them, then you can get a sort of lower cost care, where you're paying cash and not going through a middleman.
I guess I'll jump in a little bit too. I would suggest, I think a whole lecture could be done on that. But I think it's important for wherever you're at today is to think about what you might want kind of along the spectrum. Most people do end up with needing 24-hour care and towards as things progress. And in-home caregiving can be done for the whole time if you have kind of the support, like physical, emotional, financial support to make that happen. It's very exhausting. So a lot of people, a lot of the time, it might end up being a combination of different things. I think it's important kind of to have conversations early as you can. So today, whatever your situation is today, on what you would want. Some people are like, I just want to be home. Like that is my ultimate goal. And so then really kind of having that conversation on what that might look like and what you're willing to give up to make that happen. Or some people are like, I want to be home as long as possible, but these are some things that would be a priority for me if I can't be home. So it's a very kind of personal question. There is the financial issue. If you have resources today and you're thinking that, you should definitely kind of consult with a financial person, because yes, there is a Medicaid kind of look back period. There are some programs a financial advisor could help you kind of put money places to help, like you be able to use that, kind of depending on how old you were when you were diagnosed and what your resources are. So that's a lot. And I don't know if I covered all of the questions, because I'm sure I didn't.
And if you don't have a lot of resources?
Then Medicaid, like if you are, so just kind of a Medicaid line to visualize is like tangible resources, so cash, savings, those kinds of things. A single person having less than $2,000 in a savings account, investment account, retirement account, anything that's cash kind of things, then you would likely qualify for Medicaid services to help with in-home caregiving or placement. So I kind of tell people to think, if you are a long ways away from that $2,000 and you have savings, then you can kind of spend, and when you get kind of close to there, visualize Medicaid being a tool for you. There is, they call it spousal deeming, so they learned not so long ago, but a while ago, that if they make the spouse spend down to that $2,000, then it's a problem also. So if you are married, then it's worth kind of you can call me or another social worker, and I can help you kind of figure out who would be a good person to call or figure out. So yeah, kind of visualize $2,000 being kind of that level. There's some income stuff too, but yeah. If you're over that, then just kind of, it's a little bit more nuanced and trying to figure out some resources to where to get those better answers individually.
Complicated, but sounds like resources within the system and also within HDSA, if you're not already in a clinic, great option. Should turn green when you press it.
Maybe I wasn't holding it long enough. Okay, kind of a topic that I was thinking might be good is caregiver burnout, how you recognize it and what to do about it.
Jen, do you know?
I think I was going to expand a little bit more on the answer of the, I can fold my answer into your question as well, Deb, but the answer of when to consider caregiver support is going to be very different for every family. So that kind of goes to a question about knowing yourself well in a caregiver role, because typically the person living with HD is not the person who's asking for caregiver support. It is the caregiver who is swimming through this, how do I navigate this with my loved one, right? So there's not a right time for everybody. It's going to be very family specific. And then the resource conversation comes up. How do we then navigate the financial aspect of bringing in caregivers, which Faylene already touched upon. So that's also going to be different for every family. Nothing about that chapter is without challenges, is what I would say as a nurse. And then Debbie's question about really, how do we recognize caregiver burnout, again, is the answer would be knowing yourself well enough to know that you are needing more help. And what does that look like? That might look like an episode that escalates at home that might not have escalated a couple of weeks ago, a couple of months ago. Your response in stressful situations being different than what it had been historically. There's no one answer to that question either. But I do think, like going back to even what Dr. Schrift had said in his presentation, we really need to pay attention to the caregiver support role in the world of HD, because there is nothing light about that role. And so how do we help provide additional support for the caregivers? And that's going to take different forms in every family dynamic. And some caregivers are good at asking for help, and some caregivers are not as good at that for whatever reason. It's a hard road. So making sure you're checking in with yourself and your loved ones and your support systems and your family and friends about how am I doing in the setting of being a caregiver for my loved one with Huntington's disease is a really important thing to check in with yourself about on a regular basis.
So I'm going to say burnout is a hard thing because it sneaks up on you. It's one of those things that you're like, I got this, I got this, I got this, and then it kind of like gets heavier and heavier and heavier and heavier, and then you realize that it's really heavy when almost it's too late. And I think that that's when we identify caregiver burnout. And that's, it sounds trite, I guess, that whole self-care piece if you've talked to me a lot of the time, like somewhere I weave in, like, what are you doing for you? And that is kind of my kind of theme throughout, is like, you really have to know to do for you all the time and be deliberate about it to kind of stave off the weight of that caregiver burnout sneaking up on you. So that is, like, prevention is ideal, support groups, your friends, knowing if you like to go for a walk or you don't like to go for a walk, or what things bring you a little bit of joy, bring you a little bit of distraction, something else. 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 2 hours, like any of those is good if you can fit it in. And then caregiver, when you realize you've crossed that line, same tools, only like now instead of, when I fit it in. So, call a friend, call, support group, call one of your other people that you've met through like at the Team Hope Walk or at the convention, or someone else that you might have traded phone numbers here in the room. Call me, right? Those kinds of, call Jessie is our chapter social worker who was unable to make it today. She's online. Hi, Jessie. So those are some pieces to watch for. I guess the other thing is the piece that Jen said is, like, if things don't feel like they used to, if you look at yourself in the mirror and go, I used to be able to withstand this a little bit longer, you're probably, if not there, you're on the path to burnout. So step back and go, I'm not as patient as I like to be, or I was a little bit harsher there than I think I typically am or used to be. Those are some places, so those are some earlier places that you might be able to see it and change your path a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think I have too much more to add, just to say that from observation, I think care partners are just incredibly resilient on this journey, and I think sometimes it's on us as the care team to actually bring out those feelings a bit more. We've all talked about being self-aware as care partners, but I think I and everyone up here tries to name it in the safe space of a clinic visit, to sort of say, how are you doing? Yes, your loved one with HD is obviously our huge focus, but I often really do try to make eye contact with the care partner and do just a check-in, because I think there can often be a lot of just nonverbal signs to me that they're not maybe at the breaking point, but things are building up. And then it's a pretty telling sign when I make that eye contact and ask them how they are, and the emotions come out. And so I think, none of us up here in this world are going to judge. We spend 30 minutes or 60 minutes with some challenges that HD brings, and you live with it every minute of every day. And so, I think, again, just echoing that we want to support everyone, because in order to care for the person with HD, we need to care for you too. And you'll realize as you talk about it more in the safe space of a clinic visit or a support group that you are not alone and you can't do it alone. So.
One more thing, sorry.
Yeah, no.
Getting help is not a failure. I think that's the other piece, is someone else coming in to do something, or when someone goes to a placement of some kind, that is often an opportunity for you to then be back in your relationship with the person that you had before, instead of having to be carrying all of the things forward. So getting that help it's a different stage in your relationship. It's not a failure of any kind.
And you mean, if one of the choices is to live outside the home, outside the original home, yeah. And the different types of places, or what?
So the continuum of care is home, like not needing help, right? And then home with some kind of help, whether that's, your partner, your family kind of pitching in, doing some things, and that increases. And then home with some outside help of some kind, hired or a friend or volunteer or that kind of thing. And then placement options end up being, here in Washington, we call them adult family homes. They are small homes, usually 4 to 8 adults with 24-hour caregiving, a CNA level all 24/7, often supervised by a nurse, and doing all the things, cooking, cleaning, bathing, just caregiving. There is kind of a step down between their assisted living. Sometimes people live in kind of an apartment that has assistance, so maybe cafeteria food downstairs or brought into your room, medication assistance, housekeeping assistance, but it's an apartment in a building with support. And then like nursing facility is kind of the most level of care where there's nurses, more higher level medical support. I think I covered them all.
Terrific. Thank you. Dr. Schrift, most of the behavioral, I'd say many behavioral symptoms can be attributed to causes other than HD. How do we know it's HD?
That's a difficult question. It's hard to know. I mean, certainly you can have other psychiatric disorders that have nothing to do with HD. Probable things often cause probable problems. If the behavior is explained by the illness, one should assume that it's likely from that illness. But physicians, providers who care for patients who have this need to have a broad differential diagnosis and think about other issues, just like I brought up with the superimposed delirium. Nothing happens rapidly in HD, and if something happens, you need to think about other things, like, again, a urinary tract infection, pneumonia, subdural hematoma. There's many things, the wrong medication. There's many things that can cause behavioral changes. Certainly, again, HD doesn't protect you against other psychiatric disorders, but if you could explain the symptoms of that illness by the typical circuits that are involved in HD, you should assume it's that, but keep an open mind that there's other possibilities and see over time if those things emerge.
I kind of a tangent to that in the sense of like, one of the challenges I have talking to people who come to me for pre-symptomatic testing is I might ask them, or I do typically ask people, are you worried that you're having any symptoms of Huntington's disease? And something I often hear is like, well, I've noticed that my ADHD is getting a lot worse, or my depression has been a little more difficult to manage with my medications, or my anxiety has been, they've had a long-standing diagnosis of these things, but like that it's changing for them. And it has been, and it has them worried that this could be the start of some of the like mood changes with Huntington's disease. And it's a really hard question to navigate because we can do the genetic testing in a 25-year-old with ADHD or with anxiety, but that's not necessarily telling us if they test positive, is it because they're having symptoms, or is it just that their anxiety is changing, or they have new stresses in their life and so their anxiety is getting worse. I can't is the testing actually going to meet their goal of addressing why is my anxiety getting worse, why is my ADHD getting worse?
And you may only know over time.
Yeah, and you might not know, except just watching it over time to see, is this actually HD related, or was this just a snapshot of their anxiety or ADHD? So that's a question something that often comes up for me in young people I see.
Everybody's experiencing, look at everyday life that we experience, especially in this modern day with all of the devices and everything happening. Then once you acknowledge that you possibly have HD in your family without being tested, you're going to be hypersensitive to everything. I watched a documentary on CBS, I think it was in the 80s, where a scientist who had Huntington's, or the gene, she said, hey, I have a PhD, I'm a doctor, and every time I trip or fall, I start to go in a balance to make sure I don't. It's hypersensitivity. So that's the difficult part, especially with diagnosis. You might think, oh, well, I have Huntington's, but it could be other things. That's a difficult one to cross because it could be anything in this world.
Absolutely correct. And once you have a positive gene, everything that happens in your life, you blame HD. It's a similar issue in Alzheimer's disease. We have biomarkers for Alzheimer's disease, but you may be cognitively impaired from a million other things other than Alzheimer's disease, like untreated sleep apnea, depression. There's many things that can cause your cognitive impairment, and it's nothing to do with your Alzheimer's biomarker. So it is an issue. We have trouble linking those behaviors directly to a particular pathophysiology. Maybe in the future we will be able to do that.
When the AI solves all of our problems. Because the reality is, you show those beautiful circuits, but we don't really know what all is happening, and I think it's difficult for us to know. Some of it is it your anxiety that's partly triggered by just having something related to Huntington's that we haven't identified yet. It sounds
those
like
circuits can go wrong for other reasons
many
besides
other
HD.
reasons. Right, because we know plenty of people have anxiety, plenty of people have depression, have obsession. These are all common things. It's not like they all of a sudden have blue hair and you can tell, that's clearly gene related. It sounds like when we were talking earlier, one thing to note is that depression, you treat the same, right?
Correct.
With Huntington's.
Right.
And so at least we may not know exactly the cause, but we have some reasonable medications. The ADHD thing is probably a little different, but.
And ADHD is, my opinion, it's been overdiagnosed, and it's expanded to older people, younger people. There's not really bright limits to it. And,
right.
Used to be in the DSM that in order to be diagnosed with it, you had to have social or occupational impairment. That's no longer needed. And so it's the
right.
sales of stimulant medications have skyrocketed.
Right.
It's because the criteria for it is widened, and many things can cause attentional problems. Like sleep deprivation.
All of our stuff.
Stress, anxiety, depression. It's not all ADHD.
Yeah, right. Let's see here. I was going to ask a question, I forgot. Mickey, you had posed a number of questions that you were going to use the word cloud for, and I don't know how we were. So you posed a number of questions, and then what happens after you answer those questions? Do you ask those questions because it influences what you do, or are you trying to? Yeah.
If I'm understanding your question right, like when I, as the genetic counselor, find out the patient's answers to those questions, like what do I do with that information?
Or do you have them do something with that?
Yeah. So a lot of times, those questions were just examples of various things that I try to get at. And for me, it comes down to a couple of things. One is trying to figure out why you want the genetic testing. Have you thought about why you want it? So that is the genetic testing going to meet that goal? Because I have met people who are like, well, I'm here to get tested because I want to get ahead of this. And I'm like, okay, what does that mean? And they're like, well, I want to exercise more and eat better. And I was like, well, why don't you exercise more and eat better now? Because that's going to help you. If you don't have Huntington's, that's going to help you in a lot of ways. And they're like, well, I'll be more motivated if I have, the positive genetic test. And I'm like, okay, I guess we know scientifically that's not true, actually. So maybe not, I'm not saying that there's wrong reasons. I mean, I do think there's a few wrong reasons to get tested, but most reasons aren't wrong. It's just does it make sense to you? Is the test actually going to serve you? So that's part of why I want people to think about those things. Also, just to make sure people are as prepared as you possibly can be. So I think a lot of people know when they meet me, that's why they're meeting with me, that they want the genetic test, but maybe haven't thought about or sat with, I'm positive, right? What do I do now? Haven't actually sat there and sat with that feeling, or haven't really thought about what would change for me if I tested positive? Would I make different decisions? And some people come to me and are very clear. I've been thinking about this for years, and I go through those questions with them or similar questions, and they're like, I've wanted this since I was 16. I'm going to use it for this specific purpose, and can go through all of that with me. But I have some people who come to me and they're just like, I just want to know. I just want to know. And so really trying to get to what are you trying to address with this information? And it can be a variety of things. And if you do want the testing, if we decide together that now is a good time and that you want the testing now and this is the reason you want it, there is practical work to be done, not only to emotionally prepare for the result. We do have you bring us, I didn't talk about this too much, but we have you bring support people to the visit. So who do you want that person to be? Who is your support? And what other resources are you going to need to feel supported? So I have a lot of people who are like, I mentioned, do you have a therapist? And they're like, I've done therapy in the past, but I haven't done it recently. And I go, well, would you want to do that? And they're like, yeah, that's a really good idea. I think that would be helpful for me as I go through this process, not something that just they hadn't thought of on their own. My idea behind the questions is to get you to think about the things you maybe didn't think you were supposed to think about, right? And the reason I've learned to ask the questions I've asked is from talking to hundreds of people who've gone through this process and hearing the feedback about this is what I experienced, or this is what I wish I would have known, or this is the reason I decided not to get tested when I was 20, but now I'm here at 30. So that's, I guess I don't, the only thing I sometimes do with the information is if I do have concerns that somebody is not in a mentally stable place to hear this information, to get them resources they need, or to address their concerns in a different way. Like, will a normal physical exam be enough rather than testing? Would they consider getting a counselor and a therapist and then coming back in 3 months and having this conversation again? And then the only other part I really think I do with the information is when we do get the results and we have that follow-up visit especially, what were your goals for getting tested? And bringing you back to those goals. So even if the news is hard and maybe not what we wanted to hear, we remember why we did it, and it feels like something that's actionable and something that's empowering.
It's you.
Yeah. Just, to add dramatic effect. Yeah, so, that's a very long-winded answer, but
No,
a variety of things.
that was great. Go ahead. Yeah.
It's in the back of my mind can you hear me? Yeah, another issue that's in the back of my mind, I'm a neuropsychiatrist, is the suicides associated with testing. That's always a worry. Once someone finds the diagnosis is confirmed, they might put their plan into action, which is worrisome. There's even suicides associated with negative tests. So it's more than just informational.
Also, do you run into the fact that now with people's labs being available to them in, electronic medical records, do they see the results before you do, and how do you handle that? Or?
Good question. So at UW anyway, we do have when the CARES Act went into place, the hospital this was before I was at UW, but our department went to the hospital and said we cannot have HD testing results be available to patients as soon as they're available, as soon as they're ready. They need to be blocked. So there's something that is not released in my charts actually to the patient ever. They are released into my chart in a way that providers can see them the day they come in for their results. So it's still something that we've been able to block. But I know that, I guess I don't know this for sure, but at other hospital systems, I have had patients come in and tell me, their primary care ordered it or their neurologist ordered it, and it showed up to them in my chart, just their cholesterol levels. And, that's not our ideal situation. And it's not always the fault of the ordering provider necessarily. Sometimes they're trying to solve a mystery, and they ordered this along with 10 other tests to try to figure out why somebody's having certain symptoms. And so luckily it hasn't been a problem for people who come through our department.
And sorry, another follow-up. So would it be suppressed forever or for a period of time? What if the patient doesn't set up a follow-up appointment? Then what happens?
Yeah, so we do have that happen sometimes, and it's then never released. The lab retains them for a certain number of years. Typically, every couple of years, they send me an email and go, hey, we're still holding results for these people. That might trigger me to reach out and just see if they're interested in coming back in and starting the conversation over. But the idea is if somebody doesn't come back in for their results, that is them saying they do not want those results, and so I am not releasing that to them.
Do they sign a consent for that, so that they know they're not going to get the result if they don't come
They
in?
don't sign a consent, but it is something that is like in my note that says like, we are only releasing this at a result visit. Yeah, we're not releasing things over the phone or over my chart. Yeah.
So if always good to know when you are getting tested, and hopefully you're going through counseling, and we can talk about how to get that if you're not near a place that has counselors. Good to know what the whole testing results plan is. And we can talk more about that. So this is for more clinicians. Maybe Lauren, you can start. What about the need for changing in the diet for later stage HD, and how many calories do people need, and how do you adjust to that? Or are there different caloric needs?
Yeah, even in individuals without a lot of excess involuntary movements, we can see weight loss as a natural phenomenon within Huntington's disease. So being proactive about that and at least informing individuals with HD and family members that it's something to be aware of. I don't know the exact calorie, but we often almost quote doubling what a person without HD might need. So if 2,000 is kind of a normal adult caloric intake, double that for an individual with mid to even later stages of HD. That's easy enough to say. It can be hard in practice, particularly for people who are having a lot of swallowing impairment. So early engagement with swallow therapists, if you have the luxury of a dietitian on your team to sort of help modify diet over time as the ability to take those calories in changes. I think that segues really nicely into having really early conversations about goals of care when it comes to alternate means of nutrition, and whether a person, if they got to the point of not being able to keep up with caloric intake, would want a feeding tube. A lot of people have very strong opinions about that, maybe based on a family member's experience with or without that. And so I often really like to talk about that, maybe not the first visit, but with, early on when a person's still able to engage in those conversations and really talk about, if I got to that point, is that something I would want to pursue? I often sort of frame it in, think about your broader quality of life. And so if we've gotten to the point where we're making that decision and the quality of life is not one that we would want to prolong, then logically that may not be an intervention that we would want to pursue. So theme of a lot of these conversations is talk about it early so that the person affected can be part of it.
Also, sometimes when people just initially start having weight loss, it helps to give some tangible advice to them. So we'll sometimes say add 300 calories over and above whatever you're eating right now. And since people can't necessarily eat more at a time, we'll say something like between breakfast and lunch, try to slip in, say, a cup of yogurt. Or maybe between lunch and dinner, like a cheese stick. So obviously, depending on if someone's lactose intolerant and their dietary preferences, but about 300 calories over and above when people start having weight loss. Because then when it's sub 300 calories seems manageable to people. If you give something like huge, it seems like insurmountable. There's no way I can give more than I can't give 500 extra calories. So 300 calories tends to at least stave off weight loss. People tend to maintain.
Sorry, I always think of things when others talk. Yeah, it's helpful. I would say I've had care partners get really concerned that their loved one is maybe fixated on one particular type of food, and they say, man, they just want to eat
peanut butter and jelly sandwiches all day, every day, but they need to get other things. And I'm usually pretty honest and say, let's pick our battles. I'd rather they get calories in just peanut butter and jelly than not taking in food. So whatever they'll eat, I'm pretty happy with. The other thing I've heard, just learning from care partners and families over time, is that when it is to the point when maybe pureed food is what they can manage, there are these fancy blenders that can actually puree anything, and so the person with HD can kind of feel like they're getting the same food, just in a different consistency, and that can be a nice shared experience for everyone.
So the subject of suicide has come up, and someone was wondering about, are there particular ways that people have ended their life? And I'd ask sort of how do we think about end of life? And are there ways in the same spirit of having these conversations early where you're not at the crisis mode? Are there things that we should be thinking about or talking about with each other?
Are you talking about end of life
Yeah,
care?
yeah.
Obviously, that's a conversation that needs to happen, and it's best to happen while the person remains decisional, where they could, talk about how they would want to live if they got to that situation. It's too late once you become cognitively impaired, and as I talked about earlier, anosognosia, unawareness of illness, begins even in stage 1. And so that conversation really needs to occur early, because they don't realize that this is happening to them.
Yeah.
And so then that taints their decisional capacity about making decisions for when they do get in that kind of situation. So I think that kind of conversation needs to occur earlier than later.
And then with regards to the decisional capacity, in this state, there is what's it called? Death with dignity.
Right.
Are those options here?
So, sometimes we have patients approach. I would say I've had more people with, say, Parkinson's or other conditions, Parkinson's plus approach rather than Huntington's. However, we generally need two people who've known the patient, two physicians who've known the patient for a while to sign off. And so typically, oftentimes it'll be one, say, maybe primary care doctor. Sometimes the other doctor could be either the neurologist or someone from a hospice or a palliative care team. So first challenge is generally for the patient to find two doctors, and some providers feel comfortable with it, some don't. So generally, it's good to have palliative care involved in the conversation. And then generally, palliative care can also reach out to the patient's care team and find a provider who's on board. And then one of the criteria is that there shouldn't be much like depression, so that it's not like reactive, that the patient's just depressed and in that moment is saying, I want to end life. So that's why you need a physician who's known the patient for a while, and then they have the cognitive capacity. Also, they need to have the ability to swallow, because they need to take the med themselves. So all of these things have to sort of fall in together: cognitive capacity, not very depressed, ability to swallow. If all of that falls in place and then two physicians sign, then one actually writes the prescription and then the patient would take it at home.
I have a question about that, though. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure.
So here, there are some nuance. If you think that that's a path that you want to pursue, End of Life Washington is kind of our local organization that stays on top of kind of the laws, and they have lots of support and are able to help people navigate that, because there are kind of two options essentially if you're wanting to hasten your death. One of them is voluntary stopping of eating and drinking, that people can choose kind of reasonably sooner. And then there's the medical aid in dying, which is ingesting a medication. There are some alternatives to swallowing that, again, if it's something that you're curious about, interested in, want to pursue, I strongly encourage people to reach out to End of Life Washington, because they can help kind of navigate some questions that I think we might have some more difficulty navigating. And then I also kind of want to circle back a little bit on the talking early piece. Is there are other things, little self-disclosure, I have told my family that if they are making decisions for me and I'm not able to make decisions anymore, and I get an infection of some kind, that is what I want to do, right? So if my spouse is making his decisions for me and I get an infection, the question to ask the doctor is, are they in pain? And would this end their life in a way that would be comfortable? And I want him to make that decision based on what we've talked about. So those are some of those conversations that are hard to have, but kind of clarifying those and then putting them in writing, advanced directives, and giving them that concrete kind of place. It's that our care team, our loved ones who are there to make the decisions for us, we assign power of attorney, make sure that they have the legal ability to stand up for us and the psychological ability to stand up for us and the knowledge of what we would want. And that goes whether we have Huntington's disease, whether we don't have any disease, or whatever your status is to have some of those hard conversations and then put them on a shelf, right? You don't have to think about it all the time. And then if your position changes, pull it down, talk about it, put it back on the shelf, and then it just kind of that kind of mentality around it.
Post form also, do you post form?
Yes.
Could you? Well, I guess so. There's Washington also has POLST form, POLST, which is physician's orders for life-sustaining treatment, and it's this fluorescent kind of green form. So what happens is when you do your planned advanced directives, right? Those are like documents, but they are not very handy. So if, suppose, EMT comes to the house, it's not something handy that they can look around or you find and give, because often it's a medical emergency. So they are trained to look on the refrigerator. So it's this green form, which is sort of a summary, quick kind of fact sheet for whether you want intubation, whether one wants CPR, or so it's a quick fact thing, and it has to be signed by a physician. The original stays with the patient, and it's fluorescent green. It gets put on the refrigerator. The copy stays in the patient's medical record, but when EMT come, they know to look quickly at the fridge, see if that green form's there. And if not, then they would discuss more with you about the details of what the patient has. POLST. So it's all caps because it's abbreviation.
Sumi, I was just going to make a quick note. So I am usually pretty upfront with people in terms of the qualifications for death with dignity, and stating that in most cases, a person with HD will not qualify for a couple reasons. One being that we are very difficult at predicting when a person is going to pass from a progressive degenerative disorder. That's Huntington's, that's Alzheimer's, that's Parkinson's disease. So to qualify for death with dignity, the medical professional needs to say, I would not be surprised if this person passed in the next 6 months. So you can imagine that when we get to that point that it's pretty clear to us, the other barrier is the cognitive capacity. So not only is it hard for us to predict when the person passes, but by the time we feel like they are in that time zone, they won't be able to give the informed consent. So those are, I'm very upfront with people. I think it's a really natural question that comes up because people want to feel like they have control over something, particularly the way they're going to pass at the end of this journey. And so I try to talk, again, very early about alternatives, whether that's VSED, as we were talking about, but really highlighting hospice. I think that one flaw that we have in medicine is not talking about hospice early enough. There's actually a lot of data out there to say that people on hospice don't get the full benefit. They end up enrolling in hospice and passing within days, when if we're doing everything right, they can have 6 months, if not more, of those resources and support for the family. So I think, again, just being really transparent about those limitations of the current programs we have and making sure people know we have alternatives that will allow them to pass with dignity.
Thank you. Oh, yes, sir.
I still don't think they answered the question that was asked, in which was how to help prevent someone from committing suicide. When you give them that diagnosis, I would say, if you're the caregiver, and as much as everybody talks about the Second Amendment here in the United States nowadays, I would go home, if I have any weapons in the house, I would remove all of those weapons. Because like I say, I think that's
Absolutely.
where you missed part of the question was, what do we do to help prevent that person from committing suicide?
Yeah, that is something I didn't talk too much about in my presentation, but something that when I do my sort of informal mental health assessment, I do a suicide risk. I do ask, like, have you ever considered suicide? Did you have a plan? Did you make an attempt on that plan? Are you currently under the care of a therapist? Are you on any mental health medications? Do you have mental health diagnoses? And I have had people who, I don't know that I've really had anybody I really was actually concerned would hurt themselves based on their test result in that moment. But I did have people who had a history. I have had people who've had a history of suicidal ideation and suicide attempts. And when I get that information, what I'm trying to do is exactly what you just suggested. Or like, okay, so then what's your safety plan? Like, if this has happened in the past, what is your safety plan? Do you need help coming up with a safety plan? Do you have guns in the home? Do you have ammunition? Would you consider, like, when we'd have our next couple visits, maybe taking those guns to a friend's house? Is that part of your safety plan? Luckily, I have not had to get that. Most people I talk to, I don't have to get that far, but that is something that I do in my genetic counseling session as part of my mental health assessment and safety assessment. I just, honestly, I really do think, like Dr. Schiff said, like, it is very common. I think I've been both lucky, and I think that the resources surrounding Huntington's have improved a lot since I've been practicing, to the point where this is not something that's my norm. This is not, like when I work with genetic counseling students who come in, a lot of times they're meeting somebody for the first time and they're really afraid to counsel about Huntington's because they're like, oh my gosh, like it's so serious, and it's so, they have all these preconceptions about how somebody's gonna feel about the testing. And most people I meet, like I said, most people I meet come in, they know they want testing, they know why they want testing, and they've done all of the work. And that often includes the mental health work to be ready. So I have been really lucky in meeting a lot of those people. And the few people I've met who I have been worried about or who have had a history of suicidal thoughts and ideation, we have tools for that too. So it doesn't really answer your question exactly, but like on a clinical level, that is something that I'm doing, and something that, if it is a concern, I'm bringing in Dr. Jidov, I'm bringing in Faylene to talk about, okay, how do we help this patient meet their goals while also maintaining their safety? And that's often a moving target, working with their support people, working with our resources, and just what that person needs from us.
And it's always a risk. Like, I think Dr. Schrift said, regardless of what the test results are, people might have a reaction in that the thought and the action may be an issue, where they might try to hurt themselves, take their life. And so I think the other point that Dr. Schrift made is asking someone, are you thinking of it, is a good question for all of us to get comfortable asking people, because it is not going to give them an idea that they don't already have. It opens a window or an opportunity to talk about it. And I think that as much as if we think someone might be on that path as a peer, as a professional, whoever that is in our lives, to be comfortable with asking that question and okay with what the answer might be, right? And be ready to do whatever that is. And then, asking the question, what would, if they say, yeah, I am, and getting an idea of what that plan would be, and, 911, 988, those are, if you're worried about their safety in the moment, 911, and getting to a hospital, 988 is another number to call for help. I think we put some crisis planning information in the folders, so those you can take home with you. And yeah, if someone has weapons, that is the highest, if they have guns in the home, more chance if you have a gun in the home that you're gonna use it and die by your own weapon than any other thing. So that is definitely something to be concerned about. I mean, there are other tools that people use, and so being aware of what those are and creating a safety plan around that. Again, asking for, reaching out for help with the professionals, calling 988, asking your person that you're concerned about, let's go to an emergency room and get some help, and those kinds of things. Go with them. I actually had, I encourage people, I help people put 988 or suicide hotline phone numbers into their phone. I've suggested it, not so much that I think you might need it, but you might have a friend who needs it. So let's put it in your phone, so if your friend needs it, you will have it to help them. So those kinds of tools to kind of give people to carry forward. And then, people also make choices, and we do all the things to help make choices that are have better outcomes, and sometimes people make choices that have less great outcomes.
Not specifically about suicide, but just we find, Evergreen has a large home health team, which covers almost all of the East Side. And they've implemented a program recently called Serious Conversations, where anyone who's entering the patient's home, because oftentimes when things are advancing, home health will go in. So that'll be PT, OT, speech, or social work, or a bath aid. And they've been trained to start this Serious Conversations dialogue, where they're not going in and just talking about balance and whatnots, but they are, if there's a serious situation where they think a patient's more advanced, a lot of people don't know about resources like palliative care or hospice or all these other resources we talked about. So they initiate that conversation, and if they go in and they feel, okay, things are advancing and patient may need, that they are trained to start that conversation, give the resources to the patient, hey, this is a contact number and these are resources you can use.
Right, so it sounds like, having the conversation both ways and being open to having that conversation. And you folks were talking about, being able to read sort of the situation at home, talking to caregivers, inviting everyone to be open in the clinic. And I'd say also probably being open to just giving us a call in between visits. And Jen, can you tell us, what are some of the things when people call you, and what are some things that you talk about that probably helps avert serious crisis? But
caregiver support is definitely a big one. And I do often take calls where people are in dark places, and I have to ask, are you feeling suicidal, and navigate that conversation as well. And that sometimes leads to me making subsequent calls to their support system so that we're kind of bringing in their troops for help and support. Crisis averted. I think the caregiver support and, the stress around how do I deal with my loved one whose symptoms are progressing and I don't know how to handle this is one of the most common calls I get.
And what's your most common answer?
Well, we talk about what's the scenario look like? What's the context of the worsening? When did you start noticing the escalation? Were there triggers? Sometimes it can be a simple thing of something at home changed. The family dog died, or somebody moved away that was part of the fabric of life that was keeping that person feel grounded and well. Sometimes it's time to talk about maybe we need to add a different medication. Maybe the medication that you've been on for a while is no longer effective, and we're going to have a conversation about something else that might be helpful. And I leave that to you, but just trying to, and ruling out, kind of like what Dr. Schrift also mentioned in these acute changes, how sudden has this change presented itself? Do we think that there is some other pathology at play, and ruling out those things as well. Calls are a wide and infinite range of possibilities.
Including probably, I'm still not sleeping.
Yeah, sleep is definitely, sleep is an issue for everybody, right? If the person with HD is not sleeping, the caregiver's likely not sleeping either, and that just compounds a challenging situation.
Yeah, and
Can I say something about sleep?
I was going to ask you a question. Good.
Because I didn't mention this in my talk, but recent studies show that people with HD have a high rate of sleep apnea, and commonly misdiagnosed. And you could understand why the muscles in the upper airway become uncoordinated. And so when they sleep, they obstruct. Oh, thank you. And so it's a very common thing. And actually studies show that with adequate treatment of sleep apnea with CPAP, cognition improves, depression improves, impulse control improves. It's something that should not be neglected. And physicians and providers of care of patients with HE need to have a high index of suspicion of untreated sleep apnea and undiagnosed sleep apnea. And it contributes to daytime sleepiness. It contributes to the apathy during the day. It's something that needs to be attended to.
I'm just sitting here thinking, not having planned on what these questions would be. One of the other things that happens on a fairly regular basis is my loved one with HD is doing this very risky behavior that is impacting family safety, and what do I do about that? These questions around how much access should we allow people to have to the internet, or to their financial independence, or to the keys to the car, those kind of things, complex family dynamics that are not easy to navigate over the phone. Yeah. But we do our best, you know. But it's not, and I am not making light of it at all. It is, the impact of these kind of behaviors is significant for everybody.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right, and difficult, and sometimes it does help to come into the clinic and sit down and look at each other face to face and have that conversation.
The thing is that now with internet spending, it's so easy to just spend in so many different ways. Like once the credit card is online, people can, if the family tries to block somewhere, well, there's some other means to spend. So it can be quite complex. So, we look at, okay, what accounts do you have? What online accounts do you have? Like pretty much change your credit card for everything. Instead of a physical credit card, have like a secured credit card where you've paid like $100 and, that's what the card carries. So remove all and then lower the limit of the credit cards. And then sometimes if you just have a new credit card but the old expiration date is there, they'll mail you the stuff anyway through Amazon or somewhere. So it can be very complicated to just go to every single spending account and cancel all of the credit cards and give the patient only a secure credit card because they want spending, they want some spending. So, go to Walgreens or somewhere, give them $100, they'll give you a credit card, but it'll only have $100 on it. So just give something like that.
Right, so trying to work with the problem. Lauren, a couple times we've touched on falls, subdurals, instability. Do people have to be really severe before they go into physical therapy? What are your thoughts about physical therapy and the benefits?
No. Thanks for the setup. No, I think being proactive with physical therapy, and at least at our clinic, we have a lot of folks come over even after they've had just their predictive testing, maybe aren't even showing symptoms or motor symptoms of the disease yet, and we'll still have them meet with our physical therapists even if with that first touch point. I think there's a lot of data out there about the importance of exercise in different neurologic disorders, and while we don't have as robust of data in HD, we borrow a lot from some of those other diseases to suggest that doing regular exercise and kind of being in the best shape that you can be going into this journey is important. Getting some good balance training early on for more fall prevention, so being more proactive rather than reactive to balance issues as they arise. And then even just talking about the social benefits of exercise, because it can be a really isolating journey for a lot of people. So branching out, knowing what the community resources are, or connecting with other people with HD to have it be more of a social event. So yeah, physical therapy early, often, I think there's a role for it at every stage.
Right, and biological data to show that exercise is good for neurodegenerative disease. The animal models support it, and it's really an unsexy treatment, but regular exercise and healthy diet. Yeah.
It's good for everyone.
Also, before COVID or until a few years ago, there were two options. One was either the patient went to outpatient physical therapy or there was home health. But home health is just short-term, intense after discharge from hospital. But now some companies have started outpatient therapy at the patient's home. So they bill the insurance same like if you went to therapy, but the therapist is coming to your home. So that's been hugely beneficial for a lot of patients to have access to physical therapy. It's not available yet, as far as I know, for occupational or speech and swallow, but PT, there are agencies that do that now.
That's great. That's great. Something that comes up in clinic, I think, fairly frequently too, is how do I know when to stop working? And that, I think all of us probably have thoughts and experiences, but yeah, go ahead, Bailey.
I think the theme on that is it's kind of a personal question. And what is work doing for you? I think that's the thing. Like, is it giving you still something that works for you and you're getting some of that out of it? I mean, also money. A lot of us wouldn't show up for work if we didn't need the money. So, when symptoms start getting in the way of accomplishing work, then it's a time to like step back and think about it. Because then again, it depends on what your financial situation is, on whether you're going to qualify for, like, whether that's a disability plan through your employer or Social Security disability. So figuring out whether you would meet those criteria, or if you are in a place where you don't need to, you know, independently wealthy, have a partner who can provide for you, or some other plan that not me. So I think that is work still working for you? Then keep working. Is work a problem for you? Can those issues be accommodated? Because that's the first step. You still need to work, and there's some concrete things that can be done, and you can still meet the needs. Like you can't stand for hours. Can you sit on a stool? That kind of thinking about whatever the issue is.
And that's the kind of thing the employer needs to do, correct?
Yes.
Like you formally ask for accommodations.
Yes, and you don't have to tell them specifics about what's going on medically. It's like, I can't stand, my provider, they'll have a form, your doctor will fill out that you can't stand, or whatever the thing is that's getting in the way. Maybe you need more frequent breaks. That would make your work better. Or maybe you need a shorter day, 6-hour day would work better. Like those are like looking, and that is, so for accommodations, they look at what are the essential functions of your job, and are your challenges, can those be accommodated so you can still do those essential functions? And that's navigating that. If that doesn't make sense, it's just too, whatever, it's just not going to work, then it's seriously kind of stepping back and going, it might be time for navigating the disability path.
Yeah.
Sometimes also, if someone's noticing that their performance is declining, right, it helps to let HR know and maybe start filing for disability through the company before one is laid off. Because once you're laid off, sometimes it prevents you from then applying through a company disability policy. And even if one doesn't have a company disability policy, one of the advantages of applying for Social Security disability is once you get it, in a couple of years, you can be eligible for Medicare. So earlier than the age 65 Medicare, which is helpful to a lot of people, because if you have to buy health insurance in some way, it's like ginormously expensive. So it helps, even if someone's not working or whatever, if you have an opportunity to apply for Social Security disability, to use it, not just for the money, but for earlier Medicare access.
Yeah, were you going to say something? Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Unfortunately, there's a complicating factor, and I'm perseverating on this myself, is that a significant proportion of patients have this unawareness of illness. And it factors into their job performance. They don't know that they're not doing well at work. Other people know. And so, the family needs to be attuned to that knowledge that the person with HD may not know that they're performing poorly at work or making mistakes at work. They think they're doing fine. And they need to be aware to maybe have that person stop work more or sooner than the person thinks that they need to stop work. It's a very complicating factor.
Little piggyback on that, sometimes that stress piece, we have seen people who are still fighting to kind of work, and then, agree to cut their hours or navigate disability, and then the stress is gone or reduced, not gone, and then some of those other symptoms that were coming up kind of modulate, like settle down a little bit. So that is kind of that other piece, absolutely.
Yeah. Yes.
With other kind of physical ailments that might come up that's not related to HD, could you speak about the person living with HD's ability to kind of articulate pain or discomfort and awareness of that. Could you kind of explain a little bit about how that shows up?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, you know, so for one, it's you know, reading the nonverbal cues and grimacing and knowing that they're at risk for, you know, feeling stiff. That could be painful at the joints. When you try and move them, then they could have pressure sores or feeling discomfort for being in the same position for a long period of time. We always want to do good oral health care, but that's also sometimes a problem with people with HD. And so I think those knowing sort of what things people are at risk for is one issue.
Yeah, and often it shows up if they're, let's say, in pain, but they can't express it. It shows up in behavioral changes. They become agitated, they don't want to eat, they become aggressive. I've had patients who had a ruptured appendix and didn't, you know, wasn't complaining of pain at all and was walking around, but became extremely irritable and agitated and aggressive. So it's a difficult situation. It is.
Yeah. Were you going to say something, Jen? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah. Yeah. It's a challenge. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. But now I know it's you. It's not anonymous anymore. Okay. Okay. So can we talk about any strategies for dealing with emotional abuse toward the caregiver? And then part of that is not being aware, and part of that is lability, and yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, that there may be an emotional outburst or saying inappropriate things to a caregiver, and then 10 minutes later, the patient has no recollection of it. It's a discrepancy between what the caregiver is receiving and what the person is with HD is producing. You know, they don't remember that they did it. And then you try to correct it with them. That outburst was impulsive. They didn't think about the consequences of it at all. You know, sometimes it's best to try to let it roll off, just give it time, and realize this is not what the person really is. This is their brain disease talking.
Yeah.
And just, you know, wait, and then things would get back to normal 10 minutes later, and not harp on that issue, because again, you're not going to change that patient or the person with HD, and that it's only going to rev up the problem more if you get in an argument with them. Mm-hmm. It's best to just let it ride if you're able to do that. You know, again, people around the person with HD get upset about those kind of things, but the person with HD, they're through with it in 10 minutes.
Kind of goes back to our caregiver support piece too, making sure that you have, that as the caregiver that's being subjected to this kind of behavior has appropriate support. Right. And just like Dr. Schrift is saying, remembering that this is disease, it's not your loved one.
Not the intent.
Mm-hmm. I agree with both of them, but also kind of like the piece on, is it something that's a regular thing? Because if it's a thing that happens and you can see a pattern, maybe you can disrupt the thing that's happening just before, right? So I kind of wander through my life in terms of, okay, so I've seen this, you know, they call me a name, right? Oh, they always call me a name at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, what's going on at 3 o'clock? You know, like today or more specifically, today it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, right after they woke up from a nap. Okay. And then tomorrow, oh, it's at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, right after they woke up from a nap. And so then I kind of like pile up some patterns, and then it's like, okay, so what's going on at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Can I do something different? And try to kind of navigate the environment a little bit, kind of in that piece that people, like Huntington's disease interrupts the ability for the person with Huntington's disease to kind of think through some of those things. Maybe they're hungry, maybe they need more transition time for, and so really, can you do some things about the environment? And also, like, give grace, knowing that it is, like, the disease, it's not your loved one who's doing that. That being said, also being aware of safety. Like, is it name calling versus, you know, like physically dangerous? Because then those are two different, you know, you definitely have to be aware of safety and deal with that differently than going, okay, they're calling me a name again. I'm gonna like breathe through and give it some space.
I just want to say, like, just in a little more detail about, you know, what we talked about earlier as far as caregiver support, and like something that like I say to my team and like people in healthcare is like, you can't take care of other people unless you take care of yourself, right? Like, you don't have the capacity to help other people if you are not in a good, steady place. And your ability to caregive, like whether that's in the capacity of a caregiver, someone with Huntington's, or like even in my capacity, like as a healthcare provider, is gonna vary from day to day. It's gonna vary from times in your life. And it's gonna vary from person to person. And so what you're able, you know, back to that idea of like asking for help or knowing your boundaries is not a failure. So protecting yourself is still incredibly important, and you know, to not be too hard on yourself for what you're able to do or at any given point in time.
Oh, you could go ahead. Oh, sorry. What's?
Oh, yeah, no, just kind of piggybacking on some of those. I think in the immediate situation, being comfortable with, as some have mentioned, just stepping away, giving it some space, some time, but also maybe thinking about some structured respite time for you. So whether that's having the person with HD go into a facility for a week so that you have just a little bit of time to kind of mentally recharge and unplug from that situation physically. I think that can be really helpful. And then certainly there might be, if you've racked your brain, can't find triggers, and this is repeated sort of agitation type behavior, make sure the healthcare team knows. Maybe there are medications that can be helpful for irritability, agitation, that could help, you know, prevent some of those situations in the future.
I think it helps to identify resources for respite care, because you don't know when you'll need it. Sometimes there'll be some other family member, you need to go somewhere or attend a graduation or something, and those are the things when one can't do it, then one, you know, feels the burnout. So respite care, sometimes adult family homes can provide respite care. Sometimes assisted livings will provide respite care. And so it helps to just identify one or two of these and just leave it alone so that in case you need it. Now, at the time when you do need it, they may or may not have a room or a bed available. So you might need one or two so that, or if you know some big event is coming, make a few calls, identify some facility. Some can offer respite care for up to a month and at least a week. I mean, no one provides respite care, I think, for a couple of days because it's a lot of work for them to get the information, figure out the meds, figure out the routine. So I think at least a week, but even like a month or so respite care can be available, and it's more cost effective sometimes than trying to get someone into your home. Versus, you know, if you move them to a facility, it's much more cost effective logistically.
Right. So think ahead and be prepared. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Yeah. So my question is regarding, like, can we have a little bit more discussions about, like, okay, disability insurance? I think you talked, like, okay, when we want to start talk to the employer regarding the disability, and then going back to the life, like, okay, with the you know, the sport team providing the, like coming at the home or helping with that. Is that disability, like if you want to talk to your employer, is that gonna impact the later stages of your life, or generally like, okay, the employer could take it negatively as well?
Could you?
There may be too many questions, maybe. I don't, maybe.
Yeah. So what's the first one? I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I think the first is like, okay, when you're talking to the employer, when do you want to talk to the disability? Like when you want to want to claim the disability.
So when is a good time to talk to your employer about? And this is assuming one is having trouble at work?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a hard question. Good question. I'll start there. I think that if you're starting to, like, ideally earlier than before before you get in trouble would be ideal, because you do want you want to be able to make the case that you have the need. But also, like, if your supervisor or whatever is noticing some things, then talking to your provider about these are the things that I like, I don't know, my supervisor's telling me that I'm not keeping up with productivity, I guess that's the word. Like, I'm not able to keep up with productivity. My work is starting to notice these things. And then, like, kind of having that conversation with whatever provider is, how does that relate to HD, and talk to, and then bring that would be a time to bring up, like, some accommodations. Like, is the productivity an issue because of your schedule, and are there some things that can accommodate on that? So that's the way I would look at it. And I mean, it's, like, you're not going to ask when you're not having a problem. But sooner rather than later. And also in terms of, like, if you have some ideas that would accommodate, then that's good. It's easier to ask your employer, can I have a stool to sit on, rather than, I'm just having trouble standing, right? So if you have a solution that might accommodate it, will be helpful. Allison Bartlett for HDSA, she actually can kind of, like, ask Allison on the HDSA website.
And she's a lawyer, is that correct?
She's a lawyer. She did disability law before she started working for HDSA. Phenomenal human, and just smart on all of these things. And she's totally accessible. If you go to HDSA and you look at the Ask Allison, she helps people kind of navigate the disability process and kind of help kind of think through some of those specific kind of questions to your situation.
Also, I would say that it's better to talk to HR than just your boss, because we've had a couple of patients, like, he just told his boss, I can't do, and the boss said, well, okay, and then the patient decided to leave. Well, once he left, we could no longer help him apply for job-related disability. And the boss, he was well-meaning, but he didn't know that, okay, if he should direct him to HR, and then HR has a process for it. So if you do decide to speak to the employer, not just your immediate supervisor, but HR, because then some protections, some state-related protections could kick in, so that you are not just, like, one is not just laid off because of performance.
Yeah, you definitely want to use the language, I need accommodations, right? Like that is the kind of language that you're talking about, not just kind of general conversations. Because it's formal, kind of legally supported, to be supported under, like, Americans with Disabilities Act, versus just my boss is willing to, let me do some things.
So get formal advice either through the clinic or the chapter, or the HDSA. Yeah. Other questions? Dr. Bird usually asks about cannabis when we have these. Some people ask us all the time about what our opinions are about cannabis, and I say that we don't have studies that really support that it is beneficial in a disease-modifying way.
I have an opinion. Don't use it, because it causes psychosis, and people at risk with HD are at risk for developing psychosis. Why do something, even if you don't have HD, to promote you becoming psychotic. And once you're psychotic, it has a life of its own. It's best not to do it.
Mhm. Jen, were you going to say something? No.
No, I worked
With Dr. Shift, yeah. Yeah, and actually the American Academy of Neurology is going to be putting out a statement about cannabis and neurological diseases, so, to be wary and careful, yeah.
Always just thinking, since cannabis came up, I'm thinking about like morphine being prescribed a lot to Huntington's patients, and I don't know, in terms of like symptom reduction, like weighing, like in my mind, like the overemphasis on morphine, I guess like contextualizing cannabis, other medication options, the like, what my family found to be like an over concern with suggesting morphine, maybe like some context.
Cannabis as an alternative to morphine, or the right, and certainly, and people can speak to this too. At least we don't have too many people or anyone on morphine itself. I mean, pain can be a component of HD, and sometimes it's musculoskeletal. People with HD can also have, neuropathy for other reasons, and there are other medications. But generally, we don't, I think, have an HD-specific reason to use morphine until really towards the end of life in a hospice. If anyone else has thoughts about that.
I would agree, only hospice will sometimes use morphine if, it's end of life, but typically outpatient, we're not using morphine for Huntington's.
I mean, that being said, there's always, people get prescribed all sorts of stuff, and so it's, it's good to be thinking about if this is really indicated and talk to doctors about it. Yeah. So sounds like take-homes are talk about everything early, all of it, and that there are resources from the National Association, from the HDSA, on the website. You can peruse it. You could spend days perusing that website, and there's legal advice, caregiver advice, or at least resources. And we try and keep those also on our UW website, where we have also phone numbers for the clinic if you to get a hold of us, and use those phone numbers liberally, at least the ones that go to people. Don't do the one that goes to the line, the machine that never calls you back. That's painful. And then if you want to get a hold of OHSU, you can find Dr. Tallman. She's, you can Google OHSU's Center of Excellence. Same with the Center of Excellence out in Spokane for anyone who's in Eastern Washington. And there are chapter-wide social workers as well. So even if you're not hooked into a clinic, there is always support. I'll put in a plug also for Dr. Bird's book that Dr. Schrift had put up. It's a really fabulous collection of meaningful stories and examples of how to live with HD as a patient and a family. Okay, well, we would like your thoughts about the day, and so there is a QR code on the tables apparently, and then EJ, or is it Faylene? Someone knows. Are there also paper ones on the table? Okay, so you can have paper. Yes, ma'am. Oh, you can't see that. Yes, sir. Guys upstairs, can you? I don't know if you can you turn down the lights a little bit so they can read the screen?
I will just say also on the support groups, the HDSA has a ton of online support groups that you can log on to that are going, you don't have to just do the Washington ones. If for some reason you've logged onto the HDSA website, you could log on to any of those support groups for free and talk to people all over the place.
Great. All right, well, thank you, everyone. Oh, yes, CJ. EJ's going to come up.
One last thing. In your packet that you received, you got a little card like this. If you do have HD,
Excellent.
I suggest you put this behind your driver's license if you're still driving, or just somewhere on your body, just to let people know if you have an emergency, you've got in a car accident, whatever, that they know you have HD. So I suggest you use this card.
Excellent. Okay, thanks, EJ. And again, thanks, everyone. Have a good rest of the day.